All right, hello everybody. What's going on? It's TCH Live coming at you here on a Thursday night. Hope you guys are having a great time. We are playing some 2-5 tonight. We got Jon Pardy and crew in the house, so looking forward to that. I am your host, Aaron McAvoy, and joining me tonight, I've got a very special guest, Clay Carter, one of the dealers here at TCH. Fantastic guy. Joining me here in the booth. What's going on, man?
Nothing much. What's going on, everybody?
Hell yeah, looking forward to this game. This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got an action lineup, and just been looking forward to hanging out with Clay here in the booth and calling this game. So we're going to start things off as we usually do. $10 bomb pot. And as we are playing 2-5 tonight, this is going to be a match the stack game, and I presume we are starting with a 2K max. But we will get confirmation on that. Yeah, I can already see that Jon Pardy is sitting on over 1,000, so definitely going to have the 2K max buy-in to start things off, and then match the stack after that. So we got a couple of flops out here. We'll get these cards scanned in, and we'll see what these players are working with. So I know I've seen you on the felt playing mostly some 1-2 and some 1-3 occasionally. What do you think of the PLO bomb pots?
Very interesting. I don't think there's a real strategy until you actually see your cards. I don't have a strategy for it, and if someone says that they do, I want them to write it down so I can read it and take it with me.
Yeah, well, you know, you might get some good strategy, you might get some bad strategy, depending on who you talk to. All right, we had a bet from On 2.0 here on the flop. Doug making the call on here with just top pair on the top board and a pair and a straight draw on bottom. Looks like we check through to a river. It's going to be aces up here for on top. And Doug here sitting on two pair. Oh, he had flopped two pair on top. And so that's going to hold. Aces and eights for Doug. Aces and sevens for On is going to be second best. But on the bottom board, it's literally going to be a pair of queens and fives. Queens and fives for On. So he actually gets bailed out there. He was getting scooped for a minute because Doug had the six. And there was no other interaction there for On. So we are going to chop this up, and those players will split the antes from the other players. Do you want to take a look through the chat? Say hello to everybody that's hanging out with us tonight. We've got all of the usual suspects. Got Poker Monkey, Reina, Captain Underpairs, Skullbone. What's going on, y'all? Got Jedi Master Ted hanging out with us tonight. How's it going? All right. So everybody tuning in here nice and early. Love to see it. Kicker Problems joining us as well. What's going on, man? We got Gary and Frank. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. If I missed anybody, looks like Ragnar joining us as well. Cool. And Mix and Poker. What's going on, man? All right. So here we are on the two-card game. Going to get things started without a straddle. Jason here, who's played on the stream many times, is going to open this to 15. Queen Jack off and on, waking up with a big one right away. And he will make a small raise. Looks like, oh wow, we've got an issue on that camera there. Do we get that camera resolved? No? All right, it looks like we've got perhaps some sort of technical issue with one of the cameras that we may just have to deal with tonight. So do want to apologize for that. We got Downhill Kevin here joining us tonight on the felt as well, and he is going to make the call with the Queen Jack suited. So a couple of players with the Queen Jack and On there with the Ace Queen, and somehow the last queen in the deck comes out.
Everybody has a pair of queens.
And that is the toppest of pairs on this board, so everyone going to be feeling pretty good. Checky On here actually getting a little bit tricky-trappy with his top pair, and then tries to call before Jason has even acted.
Action on. It won't stop all night, I don't believe.
Absolutely not. So Jason is going to make the call. On had tried to call, so he'll be forced to make the call as the action had not changed. Here we go, 3 players to a turn. It's a 6 of hearts, so it doesn't change the texture very much. The odd 7-8 that should never be in there just got the straight, so that's probably not a concern. Jason will check once again. On now going to take the betting lead. Interesting line here.
In this case, a silver medal is not good. I don't want to be second place, especially when I have the same hand.
That is for sure. Downhill quickly making the call, and now Jason Going to take a peek at his hand again here. And he is going to let his hand go, which is sort of understandable. Any of these times where it's like you have a pretty strong hand, but you're getting a lot of action from your opponents, and there's not really like a lot of draws out there, kind of leads you to believe that Queen Jack is probably no good. In this case, he is correct.
Deny makes a second pair on the board, so downhill may find a call here just because he has 2 pair, but it won't be good for him.
So, oh, yeah, we had a little bit of a hiccup there. On is making a wager of, looks like 430 or something. And downhill here, yeah, 430 to go. He is going to make this call, and On going to ship a nice big juicy pot here on the first hand of Texas Hold'em. And yeah, downhill sort of saving Jason from having to pay that off by continuing. And Jason, you know, most of the time you want to be in position because you always get to see this information. Sometimes when you're multi-way, being up front and having the check and then getting to watch all this stuff happen is just as good as being in position, because you're like, all right, once this gets back to me, like I just know where I'm at.
Correct.
Being the man in the middle can really suck because you don't know what the people behind you are going to do yet.
Absolutely. And on one with a hand that I lose with all the time, I call it seat open for myself, just because every time ace queen, it just does not work for me. So congratulations, On.
Yeah, seat open or the parking lot.
Parking lot, yeah, whatever gets you out the door.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, ace queen doing the job there, and On with the early chip up is going to put those chips to work here in the next coming hands, I can't imagine. All right, Doug joining us over there in the 8 seat with a bag of chips, it looks like. Adam saying the camera is toast. Yeah, it's not great. I don't know the issue. We apparently looked into it for a moment, but couldn't figure out the issue, so we may just have to deal with that for the rest of the show, which is less than ideal, but it is what it is.
Well, that's what we have here. John Race, 35. On makes the call. 10-7 suited.
Yeah, John getting a little frisky here out of the cutoff. This is a pretty bad hand. You could think about opening this on the button pretty regularly, just if, you know, nobody's shown any interest in this, but cutoff is going to be a little loose, but he does have the best hand still and could probably just take a stab at this on this, you know, pretty innocuous ace-high board, and On with a whole lot of nothing.
Should get it through, but again, it's Mr. On. Here he comes.
He just has like completely zero equity, and he's going to check raise this small. Let's see how John responds here. He has the queen of spades, and the 6 actually interacting with the 4 and the deuce enough to where he can pick up some backdoor outs. Let's see if he re-raises. That would be the preferable play here. And he does. I like this.
Absolutely.
This is something that I like to do as well, because when people check raise you on an ace-high board that just really is more in favor of the pre-flop raiser, you know, it's like, dude, you can't check raise me here. If you actually do have, like, somehow 4 deuce or 5-3, like ace 4, ace deuce, I guess those are possible as well. But if you have those, we're going to find out right now. I'm not just going to, like, call and try to figure out what you're doing later. So you just re-raise them and find out if they've actually got it. Because most of the time, they are just sort of up to no good, and they make the fold there. So nice. Tony Hawk here believes that ace queen is the worst hand in poker, not 7 deuce.
Oh. High five, Hawk.
I disagree. However, ace queen can get you in trouble, particularly in tournaments, because you may be sitting there on like 15 big blinds, and it's been a couple orbits since you were able to play a hand. And you look down, you see ace queen. That's a beautiful hand.
I'm going with this one.
That's a beautiful hand. And then, yes, indeed, you're headed to the parking lot. But, you know, I'll still take it. I'll take it, man.
Oh, yeah, never giving it away. Never giving it away, but it's just not lucky for me.
Players checks on the live stream, please.
All right, big wad of cash here for our newest player.
Unfortunately, cash does not play.
Chips will be on the way here shortly. But let's see here. The action is on Downhill, who is not even at the table. A little bit unclear why we haven't just folded this man and moved on with our lives.
No, but I said it. I folded an hour ago.
Oh, okay. So seat 6 received cards but had not been input to the system. So we're trying to figure out whether or not he can play this hand and get his winnings and everything put into the system. So yeah, just a little bit odd, but I guess he's in the straddle or in the he must have straddled 10 here. Okay. Okay. All right. Anyways, we do have a new player joining us in seat 6. He is in this hand, but we don't have him in the system. And yeah, Yuki here letting us know that the cam is messed up. Yeah, no, I am aware it's not great. Do apologize for that. Hopefully we will get this fixed here soon. Tony Hawk. Yeah, no, it does sort of harken back to the old days of clicking through your grandma's, you know, pay-per-view or whatever. Okay, here we go. Sam with a couple of deuces here has effective 4th pair. He's just going to let this go, as will everybody else. It shows on winning this hand, but obviously that's not quite true, as he is still deciding.
Yeah, it looks like seat 5 and seat 6 looks like they're both in it. Again, just that hand isn't red, just because kind of got here. Josh was quick on the draw as far as Josh.
Yeah.
Kudos to Josh.
All right, so there we go. Yes, seat 6, our newest player, is just going to ship this small pot, and then we will get him put into the system. So we're going to have a few stacks that are going to be off by 20 bucks here and there, 10 bucks, whatever, but shouldn't affect things too much. Downhill here on his phone. Can we get word to? Okay.
Are you guys mostly 5'10"?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no beverages on the rail, no technology at the table. Those are the rules here on TCH Live, so we do have to remind some of the players from time to time. Here we go, downhill with the $10. Straddle Doug going to be first to act. And he'll quickly pitch his cards into the muck and consume the rest of his chips.
I can't wait to Doug gets a couple chips here because I want to see what the mountain looks like when he builds those chips.
Yeah, he does like to make little structures and such. Same with Mosquito Josh, both players into sort of building different engineering marvels. All right, Josh raising to 35 out of the cutoff. Gets looked up by On in the small blind, and downhill completing from the straddle. So 3 players to this flop. Ace high with a couple of spades out here, so On flopping best, and really not much to go on for his opponents. But Josh will take a stab, sort of the obligatory, it's ace high, you guys called out of the blinds, maybe you just fold. And that is not the case, as On will call. Heads up now to a river, or sorry, a turn.
One more low card, another ace. See if Josh takes another stab at it.
Yeah, I mean, his hand has just 0 equity. He's really just hoping that On has some sort of, I don't even know, 5, I guess, like a bad 5 or something. Yeah. But even then, like a 5 isn't going to fold. So this is a pretty bold continue.
Yeah, I mean, neither with 2 spades, right? 2 spades is probably not going to fold right there.
Ragnar here talking about Sippy Cup says that his last Instagram story said he was taking a break from poker. Okay, well, sometimes that's best. And then he said, did I run into him in Vegas during WSOP? No, I did not run into him out there. I remember there was some discussion about whether or not he was going out there, but I don't remember what it was. But no, I don't recall running into him out there. Oh, actually, no, wait, I did. That's right, I did. He was dealing at MGM. That's right. I totally forgot about that. Okay. Doug here in the straddle.
Couple of mediocre cards suited for Doug.
And yeah, so raise here from On gets called by Doug and one other player. David. Okay, David, our newest newest player in the 6th seat there. Comes queen high with a 9 for Doug. So Doug going to improve to the best hand with 2nd pair.
And on with a gut shot.
Yeah, and backdoor hearts. He's going to blast this for full pot, and that's just going to get through. Doug not going to continue with his backdoor opportunities and the 2nd pair. That's a little bit of a tight fold, but you never love to see a big pot size bet at you because, especially on the flop, you're like, okay, this pot's going to go up to over $300, and then what if he just pots it again and I have 2nd pair? Like, I'm probably just going to fold, so do I want to even put in the 100 now? So it's understandable.
And it's action on. You know there's another bet coming after the initial bet, so yeah.
It's true. You also should know that on can be doing this with a wide array of hands, and
Any
your
2
9 might
cards.
be good. So, you know, you kind of have to do a little bit of
Little dance there. Got to pick your spots with on.
exactly. Oh, okay. He said on Instagram that he ran into me. Yeah. No, that's right. He was dealing one of the late night tournaments there at MGM. I think it was MGM. Maybe it was. Oh no, maybe it was at Caesar's Palace. I think it was at Caesar's Palace. But anyways, it was one of the two. And yeah, no, it was actually really funny. Ran into him there. And I guess he said that on Instagram. That's funny. Okay, let's see. Ace, 8, 7. Couple of clubs out here. David flopping best with the top pair, and John with not much. He does have a queen of clubs, so can rep some flushes depending on the run out.
So interesting to hear you say, you know, he has a club here. So do you really put a lot of thought into 3 clubs basically in your hand and, oh, I can go runner clubs? I mean, what is the entire thought process of just having the 3 clubs there?
So, well, there's 2 ways. One is that you do have the backdoor equity. If it does run out 2 clubs, then of course you are going to have a pretty strong flush, the 2nd nut flush, right? Mm-hmm. The other is that by having that queen of clubs, you can represent a flush. Because your other card isn't a club, but your opponent doesn't know that. What you do know is that he doesn't have the queen of clubs. So if one more club comes off, you're like, all right, I could have the queen of clubs and something else that's a club and have the flush. So by having this card that I know my opponent doesn't have, I can do some representing.
Gotcha.
And so that's sort of the main, you know, duality of how we take hands that have some backdoor equity and also have the ability to bluff.
Gotcha.
So John here does back into a pair, which is unfortunate for him as he bets flop, bets turn, gets called twice, then checks the river. David puts out this tiny little pay me bet and does indeed get paid as John cannot help himself but put in the 75 bucks with the river pair. Aces and 7s with a queen kicker is going to take down the pot for David, and he'll chip up a little bit to get things started. All right, let's take a look at the net earnings and the stacks here to see what everybody's working with. As once again, 2K was the max buy-in, and then it is match the stack after that. We can see on here bought in for 2K and already up 1. David after that last hand up a couple $100, and everybody else stuck a little bit downhill down the most.
I grew up playing in
All right, we'll continue along here. Hand number 8 underway here. Mr. Lottie joining us here in the chat said he never set foot in Caesars this summer. Yeah, it was definitely at Caesars. Now that I think about it, they have a pretty interesting nightly that was fun to play. You know, just kind of killing some time. And he was there dealing. All right, we've got multi-way action here. Jason raising to 35 on making the call. John will complete from the straddle, and we'll go 3 ways to a flop.
Let's take a look here. Flop presented by Josh. One of my guys out there. He's a San Francisco 49ers fan, so high five to Josh every time I see him.
Okay,
As am I, yes.
all right. I've got some questions for you regarding that. But ooh, John here going to flop top and bottom pair on with top pair, meaning he is going to be putting some chips in this pot. Jason has a couple of backdoors. Not a very inspiring holding, especially after John at least calls here, if not check raises. I think, yeah, the check raise is in order here. having the top and the bottom pair is really nice because, yeah, it's kind of tough for your opponent to have an ace because you have one, but the ace is like the most played card in poker, right? So still likely that they could have one. There's also lots of other draws. There's gut shots and there are club draws. So building the pot now is going to be the way to go.
And what if your opponent just says, hey, I got king 7 and calls with the 7, so now there's 3-7. So there's a lot of things that you could say yes to or say no to in this hand here.
That's for sure. The nasty thing here is that Jon is going to get counterfeit. So now his 3 is playing as a bad kicker. However, can't quite give up now, although on does make this a fairly large 360 to go. Jon will make the call, and as long as this card is larger than a 4, they will be chopping at showdown.
Deuce is going to be nasty. All right, it's a 7.
Yeah, deuce.
Would have been
So
nasty.
the freaking 4 kicker is playing. It's like the only way that a 4 can ever play is that exact scenario. But when it happens, it's pretty nasty. I saw a 5 kicker beat a 4 kicker yesterday. Yes, I think it was yesterday. It was pretty wild. The exact same sort of scenario where like 2 players had like 3 pair on board, and then the kicker was playing. All right, they are going to chop this up as we both have 7s full of aces. It was a check from Jon, a blast of 800 here from On, and Jon just makes the call. At that stage, it's a little bit tough to get paid by anything, but you know you kind of still have to bet your nut boat there. And Jon quickly making the call, as you know he can still lose to pocket aces and any 7. So if those happen to exist, best not to test the poker gods with a re-raise.
So real quick question for you.
Sure.
Over or under, whatever number you want to pick, as far as the VPip for Sam today.
For Sam, I'm gonna give him 17%.
Yeah, I was going to say like about 15 myself. So.
Okay, so you got the under on the 17.
Yeah,
All right,
so
let's
I'll take under
let's
on
see.
17.
We can pull up the VPips here. We only have like 8 hands, and one of those is PLO, so it's going to take one of those out. On, of course, is going to play all of the hands. He's pretty much playing literally all of the hands. Tillman and Sam, as well as Doug, have only played a smattering of hands between them, but we will see how things go as we see Tillman on the sort of leaderboard there, which means he must have joined us over in, what, the 7 seat? No, that's
Maybe
Kevin.
9.
Oh, there he is, in the 9. Of course, that was the empty seat. All right, very good. Here we go. More multi-way action. Got some broadways represented, a couple of suited hands as well. Jason here going to flop a gut shot and the nut flush draw. Very strong holdings here, given the fact that no one has a pair. Josh has some backdoor opportunities, but pretty slim equity. And David with just the 2 overcards, he's going to ditch his hand. So Josh will make the call, and here we go, heads up to a turn. 3 of spades actually going to improve Josh to the superior holdings for the moment. We can see the equities are split right down the middle, though, as Jason now up and down with that heart.
Open-ended, yes, sir.
Draw. Pretty tough to continue here. The last card in the deck that you wanted to see pretty much was a 3. I mean, you also didn't want to see like a 9 or a 10, but like pairing the 3 is like, oh, come on, man, that's not what I called for.
Right.
And he is just going to let this go. Pretty understandable, mostly wanting a 6 or a deuce.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you hit your bottom pair, as far as bottom pair on the board, and I mean, there's just no room, and nowhere for you to go. I mean, that's
unless you got a sick read on your opponent who's just like blasting away with bullshit sometimes, like there have been plenty of times where bottom pair has been inspiring enough for me to continue in spots like that.
Okay.
But I don't think this was one of them.
right.
Even though he was technically ahead. Yeah, I think you let that one go and feel pretty good about it.
So I know you play a lot of tournaments as well. So with that statement, would you say that's more prevalent in a cash game or in a tournament?
It's really more player dependent than anything.
Okay.
Hands like bottom pair are generally not good enough to play multiple streets when your opponent is betting multiple streets. If it goes like check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn, and then they bet river or something, right? Like obviously the strength of bottom pair is different in that scenario. But this was bet flop and now bet turn.
Gotcha.
And not only was it bottom pair, but it was bottom pair on the turn. So like you improved to the worst pair on the turn, and so it's all of the pairs that could be betting from the flop are way ahead of you. And
Absolutely.
so yeah, there's the dynamics there are very different, sort of regardless of whether you're playing in a tournament or a cash game. In a cash game, of course, you're just going to be so much deeper, where it's even more just like, oh, just toss this hand. Like, this hand sucks. In a tournament, sometimes you might have to go with bottom pair because, like, you got three big blinds, and you're like, all right, here we are. Like, let's go, pair of threes. Hold on, baby. All right, Downhill and David here are going to be working with a pair of queens. The jack kicker is playing.
Gonna play. So it looks like David's gonna make a little money if Downhill to start some. Decides to get buck wild, which I don't think he is.
Yeah, this hand's over. David, I think we just checked it all the way through. As you know, pair of queens is just third pair here, so everybody hoping to get to showdown and take it down. But
Absolutely.
top pair, or pair of queens rather, I should say, not working here for Mr. Downhill so far tonight.
It's the rain. It's harder to smoke in the rain.
So how about tournaments? You a tournament player at all? Have you dipped your toe in that water?
Far and few in between.
Okay.
I'll play a couple of free rolls here and there. My thing is patience. The only place I have patience is going to be a golf course for me. So
Okay, I don't have patience. No, I won't say that. I just am not very good at golf, so it starts to get a little frustrating after a while. But
I mean, I've played a lot here in the last year. A little bit below bogey golf, so
nice.
I'm very, very competitive. So I think I can beat anybody any given time. Like personally, went out this past week, and one of the questions was from another guy. It's like, hey, do you think you can beat Charles Barkley right now? I actually think that I could beat Barkley right now.
Nice.
Okay. It could go any way, right? Kind of like poker. But yeah, I think I give Barkley a run for his money. Can I bet along with Barkley? Absolutely not. When he has millions, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'd play him.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know anything about his game. I know that he plays enough to be pretty decent, but he's in that same sort of vicinity, you think?
Well, he sucked 4 years ago. I mean, his swing was so terrible, like coming down. I mean, he would stop and he would hit from maybe 20% of his swing. So he really, really sucked 4 or 5 years ago. But now he's been working with a coach, and he has him swinging as far as with more fluidity, I guess, if that's a word.
Yeah.
And so he looks like a normal golfer now, but I think I could beat him.
Take your shot, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know him, but yeah.
So I have a set of golf clubs. I managed to find a set of tall clubs. Well, it's not a full set, but it's like odd irons or whatever.
Okay.
And got it off of Craigslist, from some taller gentleman that wasn't using them anymore. So I have them. But I will tell you that whenever I had gone prior to getting those, and I mean, still, I don't have enough experience, so I'm just not very good. But using just like normal-sized golf clubs, dude, I'd be so like hunched over. I felt like I was playing with like these little,
You're playing miniature golf.
sticks. Yeah, dude, it was insane. So I don't know. My question for you, as it looks like Jason's just going to fold in this. Yeah, this is
like
just.
Ron had a pair of kings. Looks like he just kind of bet Jason out of it.
Yeah. Do you have like a custom set, like tall clubs? Because you're a tall man.
Yeah, we're about the same height. And I don't have a custom set, but I think that the set that I bought is geared towards a larger person, I guess, or a taller person. I'm 6'3", I guess you could say. And my thing is you just kind of have to practice, right? Because golf is a memory muscle type of a game, kind of like bowling and as such. So you just have to do it again, and then do it again. Again, hopefully you have the right equipment to do it with. Yeah, because you don't want to play with you don't want to buy a set from a guy that's 5'7".
Yeah,
and you're
dude, I was topping the ball. Like I still top the ball because like I want to like when I try to swing, I feel like I like bring myself back and I just top the ball all the time. So I know that I need to like work on my swing and everything to get the good mechanics down and all that. But
Not a golf coach at any means, but I do know that when you take a swing, you're gonna lift your body up and stand up because that's just normal because you're swinging from your normal 6'2" body,
Yeah.
or whatever. So yeah, it's gonna take practice, and more practice. I would say find yourself a cheap golf range and then just go out and hit. And I'm a member at one of the local clubs here, so
Okay.
I get free range balls or whatever. But I know there's a big one. I'll tell you about it later as far as the address. I think you pay like $20 for a bucket of 200 balls, 250 balls, and $16 is nothing, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So you can hit off that for an hour, a couple hours or whatever, just depending on how fast you hit or whatever. So
yeah,
that's-
excellent. Very cool. Well, we had a little bit of rain here this afternoon to cool things off. I wouldn't mind going out when it's a little cooler.
Absolutely,
That's
yeah,
for sure. But
the 100-degree days are not our friends as golfers.
no, that sounds painful. All right, we got the $20 straddle on here, and then we've got some limping going on.
It's the only way to make 2-5-5-10.
Some additional limping here. Jason even is going to call. No one interested in squeezing to try to get the rest of these players out and take down the dead money. So,
Yeah, I'm surprised with my guy Tillman. Ace-Jack suited.
well, Tillman is usually not the type of player to go for the squeeze, but certainly the King-Jack there, I think, from Jason, a viable candidate to try to take down the dead money, especially on the button. Limping there seems very odd to me. It is just going to check all the way through on the flop, and Jason will get to bet as Doug is the only player with a spade. He's already ditched it, and I guess Josh, he's going to take his shot with the up and down straight draw here. You'd hate to see your card complete with the spade like this, but as
Six
it,
of spades was good.
well, as it stands, I mean, Josh just has the best hand here. He's working with the nuts. And by the nuts, I mean the nuts straight. Jason here would have to turn his king into a bluff to bet now, so he is just going to check back. It's pretty understandable. And if the board had put out another spade, they would have chopped this up. But as it stands, we got a 6-card straight now. All seven. 7-card straight here for Josh. Numbers are hard. And they're going to check on the river. Jack 10 will get turned over, and Jason will begrudgingly muck the pair of kings. Kind of like, what? You called the flop with that? But yeah, I think. I mean, that's to be expected from a man like Josh, who likes to play a lot of hands and see if he can beat you one way or the other. We got Albert joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Is that my boy Albert that plays a lot of tournaments with the bike?
Hey, with the bike, absolutely.
Albert,
that is
what's going
Albert.
on, sir?
As we get this new hand going, do you want to remind everybody that they should take this opportunity, or at some point during the show tonight, to click the link pinned at the top of the chat box there, fill out your information to be entered into the drawing for a free cruise on the TCH Poker Cruise coming up in March of next year. Got some more information about that here coming up as well. I will give you some updates on the cruise here in just a moment, as we have a jack-high board, a couple of 8s out here. Downhill completing from the big blind. 10 of diamonds here on the turn, and both players seemingly happy to get to showdown with king high. It won't happen, as Doug will pick up a pair of queens and the best hand on the river. Downhill will try to get an ace to fold. Bets 50, and Doug snaps it off and drags the pot. But yeah, we do have some limited time price decrease on the cruise packages, down to $571 per cabin, or per person, I should say. So a full cabin is for 2 people. So if you come with a buddy or a partner, something like that, you can double the $571, get yourself your own full cabin. And no vaccination required. So there is no time like the present to sign up for the TCH loyalty, well, not the loyalty cruise, the TCH cruise, I should say, for next year. come hang out with me and have a jolly good time out on the high sea.
So as a dealer here, I see every hand in the world being played. Everybody has a favorite hand, et cetera, et cetera. Ron. Nobody else knows that I call you this, so I'm going to just call you this on air so everybody knows it, right? Mr. Pau Gasol, because he looks like Pau Gasol to me. I think I said that the first time I met him. He was like, what? He looks like Pau Gasol. But what is your favorite hand?
My favorite hand. Well, there's the cliche of pocket aces because, like, let's be honest, that is just the best hand. But in terms of my favorite, like, pet hand, I like 9-10 suited.
Okay.
Yeah, 9-10 suited to me is just sort of disguised, you know? Like, you'll see, like, queen and a jack come out there or something like that, you know, and people don't really think about the stuff on the bottom end quite as much. I mean, obviously they can, but I just like playing the 10-9.
Right. Cool, cool. What do we have here? We have an 8-jack for flop, and it looks like nobody has a piece of it.
Well, On is going to take a shot with his gut shot, and Jon does have the diamond. So, yeah, no pairs out there, but we do have a couple of hands with enough equity to continue. And On there, of course, being the aggressor with the gut shot, looking for a 6, and he drills it. So, oh, and Tillman was in there for some reason as well.
Wow.
That's a little bit curious, as the ace-3 of clubs really not interacting with this board. Gonna check it over to Jon, who will check in flow. On now, after drilling the straight, is going to hammer this.
And I think Jon has to come along. I mean, he has a pair, right? And then he also has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, Tillman here just
Gotta
gonna
get away.
sort of think about it for a moment. But yeah, now the decision really is on Jon, because if he calls here for 550, he's only going to leave himself 1,100 behind. And this pot is up at like 1,800, so
less than pot size.
it's no big deal because he gets there on the end,
Bink.
improves to the nut flush, and will now just have to donk jam his stack in, as there is no way that he can check this over and credibly believe that his opponent is going to bet for him.
Correct. Bet your own hand.
Jon, though, not going to go all in. It looks like he's picking a size less than all in, which I find to be quite curious.
So I guess that may be where my inexperience is the same as his play currently. Because I wouldn't bet my whole stack. I want you to think that you have a good hand, and I just come on top of everything, right?
So if you're bluffing, though, are you going to choose this small size? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Like, if you got here, I was going to say if you got here with 9-10, but 9-10 improved to a straight, which could also consider going all in because, like, you beat all of the pairs and sets and 2 pairs and all that stuff. Like, yeah, you're going to lose to a flush, but
right.
Are you really going to check and then fold when he goes all in anyways? Probably not. So
right.
Just punch it in now and hope to get called by worse.
But playing with my guy On, you have to think in that one seat that, hey, he's a reckless bandit. You know what I mean? So I just got to put out any amount of money, and he's going to go over the top, which he just makes a call. It's like,
yeah, he can't raise. That's for sure. You don't accomplish anything by raising. As
right.
Only better hands are going to call. Anything that was bluffing is now just going to be like, oh, well, that sucked, and let it go. And I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there's like a world where a set of 8s for some reason decides to quote unquote like block bet there for 500 or whatever it was, but I don't know. That's interesting. He did get the call, and perhaps had he gone all in, would not have. So Jon perhaps just choosing the perfect size there.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Everything's good when you're stacking chips.
That is for sure. And as much as I talk about balance and, like, you know, asking the parallel question of like, okay, you bet this much because you're going for value, right? You've got the nuts and you want to get paid, so you're going to put this bet out there. It's like, all right, but now if you want to be like a credible poker player over time, you need to bluff in the same manner, in the same spot with the bullshit hand or something that missed or whatever. Are you going to bet the same amount, right? And so, like, in a spot like this, it's like if you ever got to this place and you have maybe just the naked ace of diamonds,
right?
And you're like, wait a minute, I got the nut blocker, right? And I'm going to go for that bluff that we were talking about.
Right.
Are you going to bet 600?
Right, yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
You're probably going to go all in. So if you're going to go all in with your bluffs, you should go all in with your value, and then you become unexploitable. But sometimes you don't have to do that. Especially if you're playing against someone who's just going to be more concerned about the strength of their own hand, and they're not trying to figure out like your strategy and what you're up to, then you don't have to do that as much because you just have to pick a size that they're going to be willing to pay and focus on that. So Mr. Jon Pardy there doing a great job of getting paid on that last hand.
Absolutely.
All right, Jason here with a strong holding. Ace-King suited will get called in 2 spots. Josh and Tillman coming along. Jason with the pre-flop lead and gets to play in position. Comes ace high. That will be good for Jason. A couple of diamonds out there, though, for Josh.
I honestly, if I can throw that one,
Only 25-50 streets.
I instantly become pro.
Jason going to give a free card. This is quite interesting. So Jason making a couple of plays here tonight that I am raising my eyebrows at. The first one not squeezing with the king-jack on the button.
Okay.
And now here checking and giving a free turn.
You're letting all the diamonds see another card, which could potentially be another diamond. Even if it is a king of diamonds, I mean, what do you do, right?
And not building the pot against your opponents that you may have coolered, right? Like if somebody called with, you know, ace-jack or ace-9, I mean, obviously ace-10 would have gone in there. Now ace-10 is a 2-pair, but, you know, calls with a hand that's dominated like that, you know, you want to build the pot now to get as many chips in as you can. And this is just like the worst possible thing. So I'm not saying that Josh would have necessarily like gotten out of this hand earlier or anything, but here we go to a river after a bet and a raise from Jason. And Josh is going to rip it all in here. And how do you fold top trips with the king kicker? Right.
It's very hard. Let's see, for what, 950?
And here's another thing. By just checking back on the flop, you didn't really give yourself a lot of information, I would say.
Right, 'cause I was going to ask you, because of course I learned a lot from you as far as your describing of everything, right? So now that you checked, do you think now with the 950 bet, oh, this guy could have anything? Did he hit a boat? You know what I mean? Did he hit a flush? Because I checked, you know what I mean?
Well, so checking the flop, so there's a couple of things that we could go into, but the main things are still that the bet on the turn and then the raise getting called. Wow, he's going to fold this. That is pretty wild.
Wow.
Jason is going to get shown the flush, so he'll find out that indeed he saved 950. I don't know how you get away from that, because what I was going to say is when your opponent calls your raise on the turn, they're indicating that they have something for sure. But what that something is completely up in the air. Josh could have been just like on ace-7 and is like, you didn't bet the flop, so I'm going to bet my ace. Now you're going to raise me. Maybe you have the flush draw, or who knows what's going on. I don't know. It's also Josh who will, you know, just sort of make some split decisions at times. But imagine that Josh like rivers trip aces there. You think he's going to check and just like shut it down? Maybe not.
Yeah, not
He might have gone all in with a worse ace and gotten Jason to fold. Now, I don't know that for sure, but in this hand, of course, he just had the diamonds and the best hand. But pretty interesting, that whole hand. That was the most interesting hand I think we've seen so far tonight.
Absolutely.
As we get these cards scanned in, let's take a look at these net earnings here. As John there up 1.5 now after winning that last hand. David and Josh up a few $100 as well. All right, here we go. Heads up between Doug and On. Doug flops best with his pair of 6s out in front, as well as a gut shot and backdoor clubs. On's still going to take a shot at this, though, with the queen tray. And Doug will call just about as quickly as On could announce the bet. Deuce of hearts changes nothing. Yeah, On ready to shut it down now, which I think is wise. Doug here could go 2 different directions. One is to bet and try to deny equity. If On has something like ace-10 or king-10 or whatever, just bet and hope that those hands fold. Like if they call, so be it, because you're still ahead.
Right.
And you just have to fade the equity. But if they fold, then you just get to win everything that's in the pot and not worry about them hitting a superior pair on the end. On wants to know how much is in the
Quick
middle.
count, right quick.
Yeah, as Doug has bet 150, which is not quite full pot, about 3/4.
Have some out.
Is going to go ahead and make the fold there, and Doug will ship it.
I wish Anna would have bet more red chips so Doug would have more red chips.
You like it when Doug has more red chips?
I just want to see the wall, man. That's all. I just want to see the wall.
Yeah. I don't know.
So you don't. That's what you're saying.
Well, it's kind of obnoxious because one thing that Doug does, you can see how he builds them in this line. So what he'll do if he has a bunch of red chips is he'll make this massive wall that extends out in a vertical line. And so if you're seated, if you're like Kevin or David, like you can't see if the dude's got cards because then he tucks them back behind that stack. And like if you weren't super paying attention or whatever, or it's, you know, sometimes it can just mask what's going on over
And
there.
as a dealer here, what I see from Doug and what I laugh at every time that I've seen when he has a lot of chips is he pushes those chips so far to either the right or the left. You know what I mean? It's like you got to be invading the other person's space, bro. You can't even move. So it's like
everybody else has the chips like centered with their body or maybe a little bit off center, and his are like fully out of his body's like shadow. All right, some action here as we've got a squeeze from Doug and a call in 2 spots. I think this was an open from Jason. 3-bet from Doug and a couple of calls over there. It's a similar flop to last time. Doug here out in front, but now the 6 is in Josh's hand. And Jason here with just 2 overs, backdoor spades, so his hand not particularly inspiring, especially if Doug puts a large bet out here, which I think he should.
absolutely overpair. Gotta bet it.
Yeah, and you don't want to go too small because your hand is vulnerable to a couple of different draws that are out there.
Absolutely.
Somebody calls you with a pair and a straight draw or pair and a flush draw. They might raise you with a pair and a flush draw, but you, with the 2 black 10s, aren't too concerned about a bunch of those. Josh is going to make this call 240, so about 2/3 pot, and Jason will ditch his hand now. So heads up to a turn. Josh here looking to hit a 6 or a 7 to improve. That will not do it. The queen of diamonds would have improved Jason to top pair.
Yep, the top pair.
But Doug now has a gut shot. And the queen of diamonds is a pretty innocuous card. You hard block the jack 10s of the world that might have continued, so it would have improved to a straight. And really there's no queens out there that make a lot of sense. There's maybe queen 9 suited, but there's really just hearts and spades left, so there's a couple of combos of that. Most of the other hands that are going to continue here are going to be more like spades and maybe pair and a straight draw, something like 8-7 of hearts or something like that. They just didn't quite feel like they could fold.
Doug makes it juicy. I'm not sure what that amount is, but he makes it juicy.
He's just putting Josh all in. This is a large overbet. This is a 2x overbet to the pot, which is quite interesting.
And he shows the 10s.
Yeah, Doug here basically just saying, I don't really care what you have. I just want you to fold it. And if you have me beat, then, like, here's all the money. Those plays, there's certainly times where, like, a solver or whatever will go for those. But it's usually in a more polarizing spot where you either have, like, the stone nuts or you have fuck all. And, like, having a pair of 10s, which is a very, like, middling to strongish hand on that board, is a little bit out of the norm, I would say, for going for the 2x overbet.
Right.
But he is just going to sort of power his way to the victory there and gets Josh to fold.
So what does that 2x overbet usually mean? Again, it was 5-8-6 on the flop. So does that say 7-4 written all over it, or?
When the queen comes, you'd probably, like with Jack 10 or something. I mean, it's not that you should be doing these big overbets all the time either, right? Usually it's like you're going to have just like a small subset of super nuts, a bunch of middling stuff that isn't going to do that, and then some middling bluffs, and then some just like I'm way on the end of just I have nothing, or you know, a really bad gut shot or something that you'll turn into these sorts of bluffs. So it's kind of tough to go into exactly what hand there. I mean, if you plugged it into a solver and you gave it all of the bet sizes, I doubt it would use any overbets there, big overbets. I could be wrong, but that's just sort of a scary board.
Gotcha.
Tillman here going to go ahead and bet his pair in a straight draw. Gets called by the top pair and a gutty from Jason. Deuce of spades on the turn changes nothing, and now it's Tillman's turn to
Tillman
2x
rips it.
overbet jam. This is even more than a 2x.
Tillman rips it. My guy.
When Tillman does stuff like this, you oftentimes just give him credit
Yeah, you
for
just
it
fold.
because he just kind of has it a lot of the time.
And he plays 3 hands an hour, right? So
Yeah. Jason does indeed give him credit with the top pair and the gutty, and Tillman sort of gets away with this one. Yeah, let's look at the VPIPs here. Tillman's played a couple of hands, but not many. Sam, bang on 17%. We'll revisit that to see if he finishes there, but Tillman all the way up at 24%. Of course, well, even 28 after the hand updates. But of course, you know, this is still a small sample size.
my man On coming in with 58%.
He likes to play hands, that's for sure. But the overbetting really comes in when it's either, you know, there's sort of a circumstance like I've described where the texture of the board changes to where it's like, all right, you've either super got it or you don't. But there's also some interesting spots where, let's say that I 3-bet you pre-flop, right? Like you open from middle position, I 3-bet you on the button or in the cutoff or something.
Okay.
And then the flop comes ace, king, queen. Like, I can hammer the shit out of that board because you don't have aces, you don't have kings, and you don't have queens. You might have jack 10, but that's like your best hand, and even then, like, all my sets are still drawing pretty live against you, right? So, like, and I might even 3-bet you with jack 10, right? So, like, in those sorts of spots, I can overbet and put you in really tough spots because you just are going to have inferior holdings no matter what. So that's another way that the overbets can come in.
Speaking of all that good stuff, we have Broadway written over on everything here.
Yeah, it's all spades, though. So spades on the flop, spade on the turn, and neither player controls one. So this will slow the action a lot when, as you know, normally if this was like a 3-tone board or something, Doug and Tillman would be battling to get a bunch of chips in here.
Yep.
And Tillman would have gotten cooler pretty hard. As it stands, Doug wins.
Doug bet $40. 40 bucks. Gets it done.
Ace king right in the mug. So yeah, Doug.
Which was second best. So he wasn't winning. So
Yeah, he got bailed out by all spades. As he was certainly not going anywhere in normal circumstances.
That's the best. Hockey, I feel like, is the biggest difference between TV and in person. I have no idea. Oh, the Dallas Stars.
All right, let's see. We got some more updates for you guys, of course. We've got next Monday, we're running a 1-3 stream for Dante's birthday. It's the Dante birthday special. He's got a special curated lineup for you guys. At least, I think, 6 players that he put together. Going to be playing some 1-3 next Monday for his birthday. Dante, unfortunately, won't be casting that game as he still dealing with some things. He'll be back in September, I understand. But looking forward to that. So tune in on Monday for the special 1-3 stream.
Same button.
All right, here we go. Heads up between 2 players. David with the king 8. Downhill with the ace 9. Checky, checky. Off to a turn. 8 of diamonds. So that's going to give a pair to David and improve him to the best hand. But he's not going to bet here. So checks it over. Downhill will bet 15, and now David will go for the check raise, pardon me.
now Downhill's open-ended, so let's take a look and see if he gets anywhere near what he needs.
That'll do as well. Does put a 4-liner to a straight, but Downhill with the top pair does have the best hand. David slows down with a check, and yeah, it's a little bit of a weird spot to go for value. But yeah, checky, Downhill takes the showdown and the pot.
So as a dealer here, I've seen a lot of hands being played by pretty much all of these gentlemen playing tonight, except I don't know. Mr. David, have you had any experience with David? I'm not Sure, I've seen him before.
Yeah, he's played on the stream a couple of times, I think, before. Can't say that I've seen him in here playing the 2-5. Maybe on occasion, or maybe during times that I haven't been here, something like that. But yeah, he is definitely the player that I'm the least experienced with as well.
I checked. You gotta check a 10. No, he's talking about me having a 10.
Yeah, a lot of these guys just TCH regulars, right? I mean, Tillman, Josh, Jason,
I have a 10, I bet.
Doug, Sam.
Yeah, I'm
in here
giving,
all
I'm giving
the
Sam a
time.
hard time about his vpip, but his vpip is the same if he's playing 1-2. You know what I mean, or whatever. He's just
Yeah, he's got a strategy and he's sticking to it.
he's gonna fold. He's gonna fold. Watch. He's gonna fold. Looks good folding though. The spinning of the cards. I mean, I love it.
That's right. I mean, he did have King Deuce off, so you know it's pretty understandable. Sometimes too, you'll get players that will often, get in the mix and battle and stuff, and then they just run super cold and they fold all night, and that's just the way it is. David here with the King Queen off in the big blind, going to raise this up. 75 to go, and Doug over there in the straddle with a couple of queens will re-raise. 275 is the wager, and David quickly calling. So here we go. Heads up between these two players. David out of position and in a tough spot. Needs to find a king and will not.
So I think I already know your answer, but how much does position weigh for you?
I mean, position is huge. It's probably the most important thing in this game, honestly.
Absolutely.
Because, we can talk all day about ranges and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, having position allows you to realize the equity that your range has. So even if you flop, even if you get a flop that is disadvantageous for your range, getting to play in position is going to benefit you so much more.
Absolutely.
Because let's say, you open from, late position or something, I call in the blind, and it comes 5-4-3. Like, that's a blind flop, right? Like, that dude could have all kinds of two pairs of shit that you're just not going to have.
Right.
But they check to you, because they naturally are going to check to you. Well, you just get to decide what you want to do. You just check back, right? But, like, it's not my board. Okay, cool. I get to make the decision in position, and you get to do that. And, yeah, maybe bets the turn. You have to fold there or whatever. But, yeah, just huge advantage playing in position.
Absolutely.
Tough roll there, Poker Monkey. Hits a 1. Ooh, gross. So, not sure if you're familiar with the gambling here. You roll between 1 and 100.
Okay.
And if you're 50 and below, you lose. And if you're 51 and above, you win.
Oh, as far as you're not even playing anybody, you're playing the actual computer.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
just like a random number generator.
Okay.
And, and it's all just for fun. You get these TCH Live loyalty points, and you sort of accrue them by watching and chatting and stuff like that. Yeah, some people got some fat stacks around here, that's for sure. But, yeah, rolling a 1 is not low.
Oh, yeah, I hear y'all talk about it all the time as far as when I watch the stream, but I don't have any. I'm usually working, right?
Yeah. All right, we got a bomb pot. Ace, Jack 5, two-tone on top, 9-7-4 rainbow on the bottom. Let's see who's got a piece on either of these.
Josh has top pair, aces, I guess, on the top. That's it.
Yeah, sort of a bold wager here. He does have an overpair to the board on bottom, but that's usually not very inspiring.
Again, I'm still looking for that manuscript as far as how to play these things. Can I deal them and referee at the end, and call the winner? Of course. But actually play these things, good luck.
Yeah. Ragnar here with a good point. Random not being something Carolyn would agree with. Yeah. She believes she can sort of map the stars in the chat.
I've heard her her definitions of a couple things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it. Hey, whatever works.
All right, we are checking down to a river and more checking happening. So everybody just going to turn their cards over. And it looks like On is scooping this. Jacks and 8s on top, 6s and 8s on bottom. And nobody could manage a straight or a superior 2-pair.
Oh, wow.
And that's all she wrote. Yeah, David finding his way in here with just 1 pair on both boards from the flop. So pretty tough go from that perspective. On will ship it.
I think I see about 12 teeth from on. He actually smiled on that one. So he was surprised as well. So I can dig it.
Yeah, let's go. All right, let's take another peek at these net earnings. As John's still holding on to his profits of 1.5K. Doug up almost 600 now. David has a little $46 profit, and everybody else stuck at least a little bit, if not a lot of it. Jason and Downhill both down nearly 1,000. But the night is young. Hand number 25 coming at you. It's just about 7:15 Central Time here on TCH Live. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't had an opportunity yet to rear back and obliterate the like button, please do consider it. We always do appreciate that.
And John going in for a raise here. Looks like he's trying to put some of that big brother money into use.
That's right.
Look at there. I'm sorry. Sam's my guy. He knows it, but yeah, we kind of talked before the stream.
Nice, nice. All right, so it is a raise to 65. Only Tillman with a hand that could consider playing, and he will. King 10, gonna play this one out of position. Would not like to see a king high flop, and does not.
It's like $14 if you get blocked.
I got a buddy who loves King 10. He calls King 10, you know how you nickname hands or whatever?
Yeah.
He calls King 10 the 90%.
I usually leave a generous tip.
I have no idea why.
The 90%er, like he thinks he
But
probably
he
wins
wins
90% of the time.
Yeah, he
with it?
wins with it, I guess, 90% of the time, whatever. I'm like, but I don't know who you're playing. Because you can't flop a king or 10 every time.
Maybe he just plays it like he has aces, and everybody just is like, damn, dude, he must have it, and just lets it go. But King Queen just going to fire the flop and takes this one down. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, you asked me what my favorite hand was earlier. What do you like to play?
Okay, so here's the weird one. So my favorite hand is actually 6-9. It could be suited or unsuited, doesn't matter.
Okay.
I like it because when I raise with it, and if a premium flop doesn't come, I'm probably in the lead. But you think, a lot of people think that, hey, you've raised, you've got to have ace jack, ace king, ace something, a pair, just whatever. And then if the flop comes 2-6-9, you're like, okay, you can't possibly have hit anything, on this board. Oh,
Okay.
wait, you're betting? Why? You know what I mean? And
Okay.
yeah, I don't know, man. It was just a hand that has done me a lot better than ace queen, as we see here
Okay.
today, as far as seat open. And I kind of just like to play and like to get in there with it. But again,
Nice.
if anybody has played with me, and if you know Clay, I am not scared to fold. So if it doesn't hit, I'll throw those bad boys away any given time.
All right. David here going for a squeeze on the button with the 7-5 suited on the original raiser in the cutoff, going to make the call here. So David taking a suited one gapper and turning it into a 3-betting hand. I like this. It isn't going to work out for him here unless he picks up an 8 on a later street.
And yes, sir, Mr. Hawk, I will raise with any 2 cards, sir. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend.
On here, going for the check raise all in. Another over bet here. I mean, it's basically a pot-sized jam, and David here going to be a little bit like, oh man, look at all that equity that just got torched with the 7-5.
Imagine if I would have had the 6-9 in this hand.
Ooh, yeah, you would have seen the rest of the cards, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
On might have found a way to beat you, but you would have seen
But I
all
would
the
have saw the
cards.
rest of the cards, right?
Yeah.
It'd have cost me $2,000, but I'd have saw the rest of the cards.
That would be great, yeah. No, we've had several players come on that have, pretty speculative holdings as their favorite hand, like my man J-Stack. Shout out to J-Stack if he's watching. Say something in the chat, but 6-3.
Yeah,
that man loves to play the 6-3.
Absolutely.
David Pratt loves the 4 deuce.
2x4.
Just the 2x4, the Woody. Just some absolute hot steaming garbage that you know they're gonna play it. So when you see a flop that includes it come out, you kind of squint at them a little and you're like, oh god, don't tell me this is the time you're playing it, because if you just hit that shit, I'm gonna be unhappy.
Yeah.
All right, downhill Kevin here, raised to 50 with ace 4 off. He's on the button, so take a shot.
ace and pseudo ace. 'Cause, you know, you got when you squeeze it, it looks like aces, but
Yeah.
when you open it all the way up, it's not
That
quite aces.
busted ass leg over there, though. All right, On makes the call, and Tillman makes the call to see a flop. Checks through to a deuce of clubs here on the turn.
Spicy.
On and downhill, both controlling a club. On's is superior, and he has the top pair, so he is going to bet with the lion's share of the equity here. But let's see if downhill continues. He's against a man who's fairly reckless, but the tough thing is, like, if you improve, are you actually going to be happy to pay off or like call a river bet?
Yeah.
And he says no, so he's going to ditch that, as it looks like we've got a run on the bucket over there. Everybody looking to top off.
Yeah, and at that point again, you're drawn to a 5, right? You already see a 5, so we have 3 5s available. Slim to none.
Too
So
quiet today.
run.
Scary.
Tony Hawk says his favorite hand is pocket tens because he's flopped quads with it 6 times.
Wow.
Jeez.
That would be my favorite too.
Yeah. Yeah, flopping quads. Flopping quads, like, it feels really good because you're like, oh my god, I've already won this hand.
Right.
But at the same time, it's kind of tricky because you know your opponent can't be getting coolered with trips or something. So then they're always going to be wondering if you have the 10. And if you do what people typically do, which is like somehow just like, oh, check to a river and then like blast them and give them the business, they're like, dude, you have a 10. You're like, no, actually I have 2 of them. It's like, but you're not going to get paid that way. So you kind of have to play it fast.
Yeah.
And if they can't have a 10, then they're always going to be scared. So it's tough to get paid when you flop quads. But obviously you can omega cooler someone when they like flop a boat because they got, you know, the set.
But if you use that same philosophy, you're a person like Sam or Tillman that doesn't play a lot of hands, right? So when you have the quad flops, the flopped,
the quad flops,
yeah.
Ooh,
Where's the heart? But when you flop quads, can you get paid from a lower VPIP personality?
You can always get paid from anybody, but the strategy that you take and you know, is going to be maybe a little bit different. Like if you're against someone who you know that you can just like check and show weakness and then they'll start attacking, you just check and let them start blasting.
Right.
And then you're going to get paid a lot of the time, even though you've completely crushed this board, because it doesn't matter. They're just going to bet and, you know, they think you don't have anything.
Yeah.
So they're going to put all the chips in for you. But if you're against someone who's like fairly snug and doesn't play a lot of hands, you're pretty much just going to have to bet and hope that they have the other pair. You know, say it comes king 10-10, you flop the quads. Just hope they have king queen or something, right? And so don't be shy. You got to keep betting. Don't like check and try to get them to bet and then raise them at the end where they're going to be like, oh sure, and fold. Gotcha. So, yeah.
So no shade thrown to any other commenter on this channel, but I learn the most when this guy is in the seat talking. I'm not sure what y'all do, but I learn the most. Again, I am a dealer here. I've seen millions and millions of hands, right? But again, actually playing poker and diagnosing things as far as what I should do next when I'm in this situation, this guy right here sitting next to me is the Zen master, Phil Jackson.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I enjoy this very much, and I do enjoy it when I hear that people have gained some understanding or have improved their knowledge of the game because of the work that I do. So I always do love to hear that. Thanks, man. Cool. Yeah, I ran into kicker problems over at a tournament here in town, whatever it was last weekend or something. He said something similar. So it was really, really nice to hear. I'm glad that people gained some knowledge when I drop it.
Absolutely.
All right, David here going to make the call as we've got Sam trying to, limp in here with the 4-3 suited. Gets raised up by Josh, and David the only caller. So here we go after Dave.
Sam, I was rooting for you. 3-4 clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping he would have gotten in there.
He tried. He did try. He had his $5 in there or whatever it was.
That is $5.
2 queens and a deuce. So Josh here going to flop trips. And pretty good spot here because David
is the aggressor, right?
Well, Josh raised pre-flop.
Okay, gotcha.
But David here with pocket sevens is going to feel pretty good about his hand. So he's going to raise, and when he gets called, that's a little bit like, okay. But the nice thing for him is that he's going to play in position so he can check back a lot of turns. This may not be one for him to check, but we'll see. But it was just a little min click, right? It was 50 up to 125.
Right.
And yeah, here we go. Josh checks it over. David continues betting, and now Josh is all in.
Old John Daly style, grip it, rip it.
Yeah, another overbet. So just a bunch of overbet jams. And people pretty much have had it except for On in that one, right? Where he just like completely. No, and Tillman on the other one didn't have it either.
Okay, that's it. So, that's what, 2 out of 5, 2 out of 4, 2 out of 5?
Yeah, people are sort of mixing it up. Both,
Not mad at him.
Bluffing and doing it for value. But Josh not going to get any additional value here on the turn. Yeah, sometimes when you see people do it for value and you see like, oh, they kind of missed out on a little bit more, you know, it's like maybe you still needed to check raise there because by the time you get to the river, the dude with 7s is going to be like, all right, I'm checking now, right? I'm not going to keep betting at this point. But yeah, going all in kind of gives him an out.
I'm not sure how much Josh has, but again, he ripped it. It looks like at least 17, 18 or whatever. So he bet 125. So what you're saying is 450 was a better bet?
Yeah, something like that. You can still set up a river jam because, you know, he didn't have a ton of chips behind. We can look here, David, you know, after making that wager was down to 984 behind. So you could make a fairly small check raise and then go all in for a reasonable size, you know, somewhere around 3/4 pot, something like that. Could have been a good approach, but Josh looking to get it all there on the turn and lets his opponent off the hook.
All right, David here. Andre Karolinko. I'm not going to say Konnikova. Everybody says that, right? So we're going to figure out something else to say. But
Okay.
yeah, AK for David.
And he's just going to limp, so probably some nefarious intentions here. Tillman will take the bait, makes a raise to 35.
Uh-oh.
Sam just going to call with the ace-queen here. Definitely a spot where you would normally want to raise, but this could work out well for him. Let's see.
My guy, Sam. Ace-queen.
Go or flip and go.
Yeah, so David does the limp back raise, which is almost always a strong holding. Sam has the ace and the queen, so he interacts with the best hands out there, like aces and queens. So he's going to go for it, his own flat back jam. This is not great.
He rips it.
Yeah, unfortunate spot here for Sam. However, he can get bailed out with a queen or some sort of funky flush or straight. They're doing some business to find out if they want to run it more than once. Not clear if they are, but let's find out here in a moment. First run out, queen high for Sam.
Big queen.
Ace king.
Needs a king or a 10 here on the end. Won't do it, and they are just going to rip it one time. So Sam gets it in bad and doubles up.
God, Sam.
Next pain.
Nice. Tony Hawk here says ace queen about to get punted. Well, it did a reverse punt.
Yeah, it worked out for him.
Yeah.
He gets to keep his seat, so it's not seat open. He gets to keep his seat.
That's right. Not headed to the parking lot or anything. David here might be headed to the ATM as we're going to get his stack counted down. We can see here that at least according to what we have plugged into the Aura Poker software, that he is going to have about $1.90 remaining. Josh will finish the count and ship the chips over to Sam, who's going to chip up to a little over 1.6K. We'll take a look at the net earnings here. This has not quite updated yet, but we will see Sam move into the winners column as well. And then it'll be a pretty even split of 5 players winning and 4 players stuck, as David is going to move down even further into the negative after this hand, down 1.8K. Downhill and Jason stuck just about 1,000, Tillman down 400. And again, John still holding on to the pole position of 1.5. If we look at the VPIPs here, Sam, after playing that one, is at 18%, so a little over the 17 that we had guessed. And David now taking over pole position from On, up playing 52% of hand.
All right.
You just fixed fucking 20.
All right, I haven't done a gamble, and I haven't seen Mr. Pratt or Carolyn in the chat to do any gambling against. So unless I see them pop up and say something here in the next minute or two, I'm going to go ahead and just fire off some points of my own. We'll get on to hand number 31 here.
I also have no MRI, but
Jason here raising it up 30 to go and on making the call from the straddle.
emergency room because I broke my arm. While I was in
King 8-5. Rainbow.
set up.
Yeah, nice spot here for Jason. He's going to get trappy again. So here trying to give a little bit of rope to On to do what On will sometimes do. But sometimes it's best to even just bet because On will raise you with absolutely nothing like that happened before.
Yep.
And here we
Which
go.
is
on
the case right
turn.
now.
Yeah. So Jason will get what he asked for just a little bit late. So does make a quick call. And On literally cannot hit a card in the deck to improve. The 5 of hearts improves or completes the backdoor heart flush, as well as the bottom pair on the flop pairing. So it looks like On is going to attack this for a massive size, 1.5x overbet, 450. But Jason will make the call and gets paid that money. Jason,
He says good call, pushes 2 cards in.
takes a look. He's like, yeah, they're red, but wrong shape.
Right suit. I mean, it's the right color, wrong suit.
Appreciate what you guys have to say here in the chat. Always appreciate you guys throwing a little positive energy my way. So thank you very much. Lance Nut joining us here in the chat. What's up, man? We'll take a look at the net earnings and everything, get you caught up. As John here, so far the biggest winner. And Jason, after that last hand, moving a little bit in the positive direction, but still stuck a little bit. All right, still no word from Carolyn or Pratt, so I'll just go ahead and try to double up my, oops, I guess I somehow got a space in there. Try that again. All right, downhill here, ace, jack of diamonds. From what would normally be the straddle position, he's going to go ahead and open this up. Jason will make the call and probably On as well. 239, gross.
No, it's done.
All right, On here did make the call. He's got a 10 of spades and who knows what else.
Mystery holding.
Check, check, bet 10, call, and raise to 50.
Wow. All right.
Downhill will just make the call, and Jason will come along as well. Could have been a spot for downhill to re-raise, try to sort of punish the weak range of Jason there, and to go heads up against On, who can have literally any 2 cards.
Yep.
You certainly are never folding your ace to On, but you don't really want a straggler hanging out over there with their additional equity.
And he hasn't played that many hands today, right? So you think that, hey, I'm trying to show some strength here. I got it, fellas.
Potentially so. But as it stands, Jason picks up backdoor spades, goes check, bet, call, call. 7 of diamonds, not going to do anything for Jason, so he bricks out. Downhill, still playing top pair, and when On checks here, I guess, yeah, we're just checking to get to the river. And, oh, wow, we had a massive, oh, no, that was king of clubs. The king of spades is on the board. I thought that On had king 10 of spades there for a second. Okay. Yeah, king of clubs, not the king of spades, so.
Yeah, that would have.
On getting spicy, though, with the second pair. You know, that man will take any hand and turn it into a bluff.
King 10, 90%er. I'm not really sure what 90% is on, the losing side or the winning side. Tonight, losing side.
Yeah, I mean, if he loves the hand, you would presume that he thinks it wins him 90%. But, you know.
Players checks on the live stream.
I don't think King 10 treats me that well.
Yeah, me either. Shout out to Rondo if you're listening. Rondo, 90%er. Play it, buddy.
Yeah, definitely a nice lineup here tonight. And On going to add on
80 reps a day.
to maintain his position on the stack leaderboard.
Players checks the live stream.
Doug here, every opportunity to match the biggest stack at the table will do so. So he has been adding on periodically and is now actually just the biggest stack at the table.
2,000 behind.
I hope it's all red chips.
It's on you.
No, I think he's got a fair number of pinks over there. But yeah, it's either reds or pinks usually for that man. And he's got a good accumulation of greens and such on there as well.
Yeah, a little mix.
Yeah, Lance we're aware the
There's this one episode where he breaks
camera is struggling tonight.
his neighbor has phantom pain. He's got one arm off.
Just discovered that, as we did not have any issues with it on the Monday stream. But such is life. Perhaps people throwing items around the room or something and bonked it, who knows.
King 7 deuce here. Rainbow. Looks like On is flopped middle pair. Bet and a win.
And I just feel like I'm gonna have to.
So how long you been in the Austin area?
Pretty much my whole life. I mean, my dad was in the Marines, so I grew up in Southern California.
Okay.
As far as, I guess, a middle-aged type of a student. But for the most part, it's been here, Central Texas. I went to high school here, all the good stuff. So
Cool.
it's home. Yourself? I think
I'm
you're
just-
from New Mexico or something like that, right?
Moved here from New Mexico, yeah, a little over 4 years ago. And
More, but we
yeah, Colorado before that. That's where I was sort of born and raised in Colorado. And yeah, I mean, been here for long enough to consider Austin home, and I do like it here. Just got a paddle board, took it out on Lady Bird the other day,
Okay.
which is a lot of fun. Sort of surprising, honestly, that I've been here this long. I mean, I did have like a inflatable kayak before
Okay.
that was fun to take out, but lost track of that thing, and now have a little paddle board that's been or was fun for the first time to take it out there, and will certainly be getting me out on the water more.
Cool, cool.
So yeah, just yeah, trying to do the best with what we've got. You know, I used to hike around in the mountains and go four-wheeling and stuff like that in my truck, and camp and all of those sorts of things that we just don't really have that much access to here. So you gotta adapt and
Word.
do what you can with what you have.
Absolutely.
All right, so had a quick hand breeze by there, as David here is just sitting on like 183 bucks. Not sure if he's waiting for chips to come in for an add-on or if he's just going to play the nub and see what happens. Sometimes that's the way to go, is to just, yeah, I bought in for this much, we're going to play it till it's all the way down, or maybe I can resurrect my stack.
That's what I do most of the time. It's like if I buy in for whatever amount, I'm going to play that bad boy to the felt. I mean, if I got $2 left, I hope all 8 players call and I can just run it up or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely found myself in that situation before, where I've just like was unwilling to rebuy or whatever. I was like, no, I'm just gonna play this until, you know, I either go home or I run it back up. But most of the time, you know, I like to have some playability.
Yeah. I mean, and I say that I do that in lower stakes, you know, as far as 1-2 or whatever. If I would ever to play, you know, 2-5 or whatever, yeah, I'm going to definitely add on because I don't want to sit there with $60. Everybody has $4 grand. You know what I mean? So.
Yep. All right, Doug here flopping an up and down straight draw on with the top pair and a gutty. It was check, bet, and call on the flop. Doug here will lead on the turn. And On just going to make the call. So Doug setting his price at 80 to
Red
see
card.
a river. And it's a board pairing 6 that will change nothing. On still with the best hand. And now Doug would have to do some pretty spicy stuff to get On to fold the top pair here. And yeah, Doug is just going to shut it down. On, though, not afraid to go for value. He's going to put a little bet of 110 out there. Well under half pot, but Doug not going to go for any sort of check raise on the end, and On will just take the pot.
Absolutely. I mean, kind of hard to put something out there with king high, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have the 7, so you actually have a pretty good card to bluff at some point, which I think is why he decided to donk bet the turn. But unwilling to sort of continue that line of like, no, I have a straight, and I want to get paid a lot, so I'm going to bet big, right?
Right.
And, yeah, pretty reasonable, I think, had he wanted to go for it, having that 7. Not a bad card at all to do it with.
Everything's allowed.
All right, cruising right along here. Hand number 36, getting quite a few hands in. You know, sometimes it looks like we're only going to get to like 80 hands in a night, whatever. But I think we're going to do quite a few over that. Maybe even get to 90. We'll see.
Shoot for triple digits, man. Let's go ahead and get 100 in here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not going to put the over-under at 100. Over-under for me is at like 87.
No, I never got that.
You're
I remember it.
probably going to be spot on. Man.
We shall see. Sam going to limp
That's closer.
the King Jack here.
I feel like the
And
features are more like Greg Mercer.
Yeah, the glasses.
And the face and the hair.
it looks like everyone else is going to follow suit, perhaps a little bit frightened that that man was going to do some sort of back raise. But here we go. Multi-way action, 8-7-5, two-tone. And
Got On and David with
Tillman
middle pair.
just folded his hand, which is a little bit curious because he had 2 overs, a gut shot, and backdoor diamond. So to fold there, I mean, I guess he knows that there's some bets coming, but like, what if it goes bet, call? Like, you're just going to fold Jack 9 still? I'm not
Right.
going to. Anyways, Tillman is out, as well as a couple other players. We are down to Doug with Queen 3. I don't think Doug's in here anymore. No, he is. Okay. Don't really understand why, but On in there with middle pair, and now an up and down straight draw. David, a superior middle pair. And we're going to check through to a river. Deuce of spades. And whatever
Good
Doug
for
was
David.
doing in here, I don't quite know, but is he going to take some sort of attack here?
Is he going to fire 500 like everybody else has been?
No, just half pot for 105.
Wow.
The freedom bet here, $1.05. And I don't think On is going to fold.
No.
Never mind. Never mind. Doug just sticking around
Wow.
with Queen High for no reason at all because he's just going to bet the river and win.
Yes, y'all. I have a 6. Give me my money. I won. I mean, there's nothing else that could possibly be there, right? Besides the 6. I don't.
Except for why wouldn't a 6 raise?
Right. That's what I'm
On the
saying.
turn.
So it looks really mysterious when I bet the 105, right? Because
Wait, did we check? Actually, I think it checked through. To watch on my phone here, but actually I think it checked through on the turn. So he stuck around on the flop for sort of questionable reasons, checks through on the turn, then he gets to bet the river. Okay, it makes a little bit more sense. But
I think being the player that I am, I had the 6 there and I binked the 9. I'm probably gonna stick $75 in there just to see, hey, what went where as far as what's going on here.
Sure. Well, you certainly got to try to get paid. Miss Carolyn joining us here in the chat. She wants to know, do I hear Clay in the booth?
This is I.
Is the
Yes,
man
ma'am.
himself. Welcome, Miss Carolyn, to the stream. I just gambled, let's see how long ago. Actually, I
About
don't.
10 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah, I know I can't even see my timestamps anymore, so I don't know. But at some point, we will gamble. Multi-way action here once again. Raised to 75 after the original like min click to 20 from Josh. On calls in between, and Josh now will re-raise. So perhaps was actually putting the $20 straddle out there, and we had it entered in as a $20 raise, which yeah wouldn't make a ton of sense. Jason's out of there, and On is the kind of man to play a Queen 9 off. for 225, but let's see if he does indeed want to see this flop that badly.
Yeah, less than 10% of the stack. Go ahead and get in there, on. You can do it. I got confidence in you.
Still thinking this through as Josh is over there just casually eating his food and relaxed. I mean, Josh is like one of the most relaxed guys at the poker table, whether he's bluffing or not anyways, so it doesn't really give anything away. But usually you see the guy who just like makes a big bet and then starts eating his food, all like chilling, talking to his buddy, whatever. Like, that dude's got something, you know? You're like,
something.
All right, well, we'll just ignore that. Yeah, no, it kind of is, but yeah. Anyways, Josh here is going to flop a gut shot to Broadway. Does have a backdoor royal flush draw as well. On here, though, flopping top pair, and he's going to make the call in position. Pot up to almost 1,200. Here we go to a turn 9 of spades, 2 pair for on now. And Josh going to have to decide if he wants to double down on this line. He doesn't. As, yeah, this is super connecty, and all the cards that you don't interact with,
The other person probably does.
the other guy probably has it, yeah. Queen high boards in particular, like when people call you against a 3-bet, like there's just so many queens in there. On is going to bet small here, though, just 300 into a 1,200 chip or thereabouts pot. Josh will have a pretty trivial check call here, and it's like, show me a jack one time. That's not a jack.
It is not. And then Josh was just 1K left. I mean, you can't grip it and rip it now and on. So it's got to be a fold here.
Yeah, on going to continue betting here and sort of. I mean, he chooses a small-ish size there. It's like $600 or whatever. So, yeah, his opponent could every once in a while just be like, yeah, I guess I have to call you a 10-9 or whatever he might have that is worse than Queen 9. But not a lot of those hands in Josh's range at that point. So, goes for the bet, doesn't really get anything done other than winning the pot, which he would have done anyways. So, on dragging another one, and let's take a look at vpips here really quick as we've got Sam and Jon drifting down to 17%. On now back up over 50% and in the top spot.
All right, that's 17%. Sam,
I said that I could think of.
you're borderline, buddy.
He's hanging in there right where we thought he would. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anything over 15%, the old Lottie line, is pretty reasonable stuff.
All right.
All right, Jason here going to raise this up. 30 to go with the ace-jack. On has the 90%er, and he will call.
I like it. I like it. King 10.
Tillman has 2 cards that are the same color, and he thought about it.
The red on the back.
Yeah. Red on the back, red on the front, actually, too. Sam will call. Once again, no squeezing happening here. Josh will call as well, and 3 of the aces are represented here. None will hit the flop, but a couple of spades for Sam.
Good old 90%ers in the lead.
13-year-old kid. With a weighted baseball.
Yeah, my man Sam. Can't go anywhere, right? I mean.
Yeah, 145 is a large wager. It is over the pot, but not by much, so basically a pot-sized bet. Sam will check call here. And Josh with bottom pair, no spade. Yeah, he's going to look one more time just to make sure that ace isn't a spade. And I think before long, his cards will hit the muck. Jason will probably follow suit. Not a lot of incentive for him to continue with his backdoors and 1 overcard. So here we go, heads up to a turn. On still in the lead, but Sam looking for a spade or an ace. We'll get neither, but does pick up a gut shot.
Yeah, there's a million outs right now. So you know what that means, right?
That it's never coming.
Never coming. Never coming.
Many out syndrome. Sam has a natural check over to On, who is going to blast this for at least pot, perhaps even more. Oh, I guess I thought there were more chips out there. Coming in as 325. And now Sam has to decide if his hand has enough equity to play this as a call and try to hit it. Problem is that if you do hit it, let's say that you get your 6 or you get your spade, and then you donk lead on the river. Are you going to get paid? So you have to factor in, like, yeah, I might hit it, but I'm probably only going to win what's in the pot unless I pull a Jon Pardy and find the perfect bet size to get paid on the river.
Right.
But as it stands, the only other way to play this is to go for a raise, and all in would be pretty much the only reasonable size. Sam apparently was unaware of the size of the bet and does get confirmation and puts the chips out there. So Sam going to try to hit his hand. Stack to pot ratio is just about 1 here for Sam. Needs a spade or a 6, and he gets the 6.
He takes the 6.
And knowing Sam, I kind of think he's going to check this over to On, which it might actually work because On is the kind of guy who will bet even when the board looks pretty scary. We saw it on the last one, right? Queen 9, there's a one-liner. Anybody with a jack wins, and he's betting 2 pairs. So.
And I think Sam's never folded, so he wants.
Oh, no, Sam is going to
rip
donk
it?
jam this. I mean, I'm not saying this is the worst idea in the world, but to go all in for slightly over pot, On is a sticky man. He does not want to fold, especially not top pair. His hand also blocks the nut straight, right? The 10-7.
Yeah.
Not that you're really going to have 10-7 as Sam, unless it's exactly of spades. So there's really only like one combo of that he would be interacting with, and having the 10 of clubs doesn't really change anything. So
yeah, it looks like that's lower shoulder. I think On's gonna find a call here.
I don't know. I think he's getting let off the hook. Look at that. That's the look of a man who is going to fold.
The old pick him up. Yeah, he's going to throw him in there. I could be wrong. Oh, there it goes.
Not quite yet. But
he's like, there's no way I can call with this. There's no way I can call with this. Do you have a busted spade draw?
Never had it.
Picking up those chips, he's giving himself a little bit of...
Was I right? Is Daniel LaRusso going to fight? Is he going to call right here?
You think he's going to call?
I thought he was going to call before he turns cards over, but when he turns cards over, I kind of shifted a little bit. But
It was 2 a.m. I probably think it's
yeah. I still think he's folding, but there's a very real possibility. It did sort of swing back and forth. The pendulum is definitely moving here.
Wow. I'm a person that has seen a lot of hands. When you turn the cards over, you pretty much fold it. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't beat a whole lot. But, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Cards in the muff.
But before he turned them over, I thought he was going to call.
Yeah, no. He's definitely the kind of guy who wants to look you up there.
Is Sam show? No, Sam did not show.
So Sam is going to win the pot there, but had he check jam, right, On may have just put the chips in there on the turn, and he would have binked it for the full dub. That's sort of results oriented, and we don't necessarily like to do that. But there's also something to be said about playing your hand in the best line possible. And, had he, summoned up the courage to be like, no, this hand's got a lot of equity, but I'm never winning with ace high if I miss. So, let's go all in now and hope that he folds. And if he doesn't, I can still hit a spade, maybe an ace, or a 6, right? And he would have gotten it in behind with those draws and would have banked it to get paid off. But, at the same time,
takes a lot of balls. For me, me playing my stack to do that. I don't think I could ever make that move. I just
Yeah. No, it has definitely taken some time, a lot of experience and stuff from me to get comfortable with doing things like that. And, certainly if we watch the players that we see regularly in the 5-10 and stuff, you know, that they're just they get to the spot and they're like, oh, this is what I have to do, right? Like I can't check call out of position with a hand like this because if I hit, I'm not going to get paid, and if I just call, I'm not going to have the equity to continue. So the only option is to just like rip it in there. Right? I mean, you can fold, but like nobody likes to fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do it a lot. Do I like it?
Absolutely.
We got what, a $10 straddle here?
Looks like it.
That's good for bad for.
For who?
Fold, 7 fold,
The only one who folds.
9 folds.
All right, over to John. Yeah, he's got a hand that he is going to raise.
Give me someone else to yell at. 2,
Make it 30 to go, and Josh will quickly call.
5.
On makes the call as well, and we've got a battle of hearts, spades, and diamonds here.
On the flop. On the flop.
Probably come all clubs. Maybe one of each. Let's see. Heart and 2 clubs. All right. So only one player with the potential to improve to backdoor flush, and that is On, who also has a pair of 8s. Is behind the flopped top pair of Josh, and John is 3 to a straight, and that's about it, so he's out of the way. Josh, of course, will go for the check and the call after On donk leads with the 8 and the heart. Queen of spades now on the turn changes nothing, at least insofar as these gentlemen's holdings. Does bring in the 10 jack for the nut straight. But I think just another small wager here, under half pot. I think, yeah, pretty trivial check call here for Josh as well. And On going to need to hit an ace or an 8 to improve his hand.
3 is not going to get there. It makes 2 pair, but check, check, it goes.
Yeah, Josh will get to turn over the 9 and take it down. Chips up a little bit there for Josh. Uh-oh.
I don't follow.
Chat box broke over here. All right, it's back. All right, I'm not sure if I can gamble quite yet, but I'm probably roughly in the ballpark. You want to go up against me here, Carolyn?
My brother did. Awesome.
We do $20 per roll. Well, you've heard us. in the
Yeah,
chat,
for sure. Yeah.
Or in the past.
I'm literally in a cold
Live
vortex.
20. $20.
All right, downhill Kevin here has the 20 on.
It's on you.
He's completely shifted. He had the glasses on a while ago. Oh, there they go. They're going back on? All right, glasses back on.
He's a very jovial man, but yeah, he still straps those glasses on from time to time.
On says any 2. Has a 90%er. Let's see how it works for him.
Yeah, that ain't any 2. That's the 90%.
That's a 90%er, baby.
All right, Skullbone giving me the timestamp here. Says we can do it at the top of the hour.
So like what, every
All right.
30 minutes?
Every 30 minutes, yeah. So we'll pull that up here in a little bit.
Kevin, you do it to me.
All right, 90%er against 2 clubs and 2 spades.
You get a 1-round penalty.
Of course, it comes
Throwing
diamonds.
more chips.
The jack deuce for downhill. Guarantee the shades are on.
Josh here going to take a stab with a complete air ball. And downhill with just the bottom pair. Oh, no, top and bottom pair. Yeah, what am I saying? He has crushed this flop. This is likely going to be a check raise, and Josh will run for the hills. There it is, 400 to go. Josh may save a little face here by sort of pretending like he has a decision, but of course he does not.
What?
Josh is going to rip it all in, and this is
Not going
ill-advised.
to be good.
I did like backdoor spades.
Does have 2 backdoors. Can hit running 9-8 or running spades. I guess running 4s and running 10s qualify for backdoors as well, but 6% equity is not great. It's a 6 of hearts, and that is dead
Yep.
for
That
Josh,
over there.
as he will run out. Yeah, still just 10 high. And that's a pretty bold place to go for it, because the tricky thing is that with the small amount of chips that Josh had, if downhill even just has like a naked flush draw, like even if it's a bad one, let's say that
3-4 diamonds.
he's over there with 3-4 of diamonds and check raises just like, I don't know, I got 4 high, maybe I can get him to fold. And Josh goes all in, he's like, oh, well, I made it 400, and what do you have, 1,000?
Players check,
Yeah,
live
I'm gonna put
stream.
$600 in with a flush draw, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, Josh would be ahead of 4-3, but like all of the other diamond combinations that have anything over a 10 are smoking him. Not to mention the 2 pairs and the sets and the other things of the world. So pretty bold move there from Josh, and doesn't work out.
How long does it take after that? Yeah, but
Pat wants to know if anyone's getting horizontal lines. I know we're getting the vertical lines on that one camera, so horizontal might be your TV.
when there's bad, when there's
Yeah, maybe check your connections, jiggle the cords a little, push them in.
it goes a lot.
Oh, Mike says
also
me
because
too.
More people are ordering.
Oh, it's just the can. Yeah. Wait, weren't they sort of vertical lines?
Yeah, they were vertical from what I saw.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, you may just be having
Yeah, exactly.
the same experience as the rest of us on that one camera angle, where I don't even know what happened to it. What could do that? But maybe we need to jiggle the connections on ours. Yeah, the vertical lines here, right?
20 minutes to that.
Get the guy on the roof to put some more foil on his head or something. I don't know.
There you go.
When there's weather specifically, it's different. And that's hilarious.
All right, on here.
Skull says bad day to do acid. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a good day, but all right.
There probably is for somebody.
Oh my God.
On here, we'll take it up to, I think it was, what, 100 or something? 80. Yeah, it takes it up to 80. Downhill and Josh both making the call. Josh just got torched with the 10-4 suited. He's gonna get right back on the horse with the 10-5. He's
See if
like,
I
this
can
one's gotta
move
work.
up a little bit. I got 10-5.
Yeah, this one's pretty good. Wishes he had the 10-4 because he pricks everything. Everyone else does as well. So on still best with ace high, but we check through to a free river. I mean turn. Second time I've said that, but okay. 7 of clubs does give Josh some club flush equity as well as a gut shot.
Gutty.
Yeah.
Along with downhill's same hand as far as a 5. Let's take a look, and it gets there.
Yeah,
6.
so they'll be chopping this almost certainly. There's no reason for either player to fold. So downhill will just put a hundy out there to try to get paid. And wow, Josh only going to call it. I mean, it doesn't make a ton of sense to raise, but at the same time, like, he could be betting 2 pair, right? Like, what if he just made it 250 or something? On here with ace jack high, seemingly considering a call. And there it goes in the muck. Okay, chop it up. Pat says, oops, it is vertical. All right. I was like, I don't know, man. We got the vertical variety around here. Horizontal might be your problem. All right. Glad we got that sorted out. And Miss Carolyn, it is time to wager. I will go first because then I don't have to deal with your heebie-jeebies of scouting the chat or whatever.
You lose, you go first on the arm wrestle. We're going to arm wrestle for the rest.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm in there, and anytime you are ready. All right. A 46, Miss Carolyn, is all you have to beat.
Oh, you were going to bluff, not call.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
9 folds.
No. Yeah.
1 fold.
And she got me. Dang it. Should have made her go first. All right, I'll put that one in the note, and I'm stuck 20 to Carolyn here so far.
No, just call. 3, 4 folds, 5 6 folds.
All right. I think Sam's VPip is going to go up a little bit. Ace 10 of clubs has to play it.
Played it as a limp, though.
Yeah. And hits.
7, 8.
Yeah, but downhill here has a pair as well. And Doug, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Somehow we're checking through to a free turn. Not a dangerous card for Sam in the ace-10. He is, in fact, pretty much just the only player that can win this game.
At 20 bucks. 20 bucks, full fold.
Whatever you grab.
Yeah. So, yeah, Sam, as well as many other players, tend to sort of like to see a flop, see if their hand improves or whatever before they put many chips in the pot. But one thing that I learned, and I learned pretty early on in my poker development, was if you play your biggest hands slowly and wait for them to sort of connect with the board, often what happens is the pot's got 30 bucks in it. You smash the board, and you're like, all right, now let's build the pot. But, like, nobody else can have anything because you've got it all.
Right.
So then they fold, and you win the 30 bucks. Like, but if you got it up to 100 bucks in that flop, or in the pot before the flop, and then you smash it, well, there's a little bit more in there for people to fight over, and even if they just fold, now you won 100 bucks, right? That could be 3 times as much money or more or whatever. So it's just like building that pot, I've learned, has done a lot for my bottom line.
Gotcha.
With your best hands before you even get to that flop.
All right, yeah, so like I said, with my hand, right, 6-9, you don't want to do that with, but of course, ace-10 of clubs.
Hey,
Yeah, you got
6-9, man. It might be coming. If you feel it coming, get your
yeah.
money in there.
I mean, but when I say I raise with it or whatever, I mean I play it. It's definitely what we talked about 40 minutes ago. In position, you know what I mean? It's a raise, call. I'm the last one to call. You know, type of a thing. You know, unless I just feel a little freaky with it, man.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, David here felt the 8 of hearts coming, and he has made middle pair. Still good for second pair, and the jack here coming on the end is actually going to make him feel pretty good about this. David, in fact, betting 2 streets to get here, but then doesn't bet the river
Check.
on with just the king high. Probably wasn't going to pay off very much anyways, but
Hearts got there. Another jack.
Sure.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, just still most likely, but you could also be value owning yourself, right? Like your 3's not playing, so you're just like betting away with a naked 8, and your opponent has 8-9, and their 9 just like crushes you. So yeah, definitely pretty understandable to just go ahead and shut that one down, take your showdown, and win it.
Who's better than Meanwhile besides Pint House in the area?
All right, hand number 45 coming at you. Let's take a peek here at the net earnings just for a moment. Get reoriented with how things are going. David here stuck the most, down 2K. Josh in a 1.5K hole. And John's still sitting on that 1.5K. He was up pretty early on. It has
My man Sam
run a little cool for a minute.
up 1.29.
Let's go, Sam. Yeah, I got that double with the ace queen
yeah,
against the ace king. That was a pretty good spot for him. Bad spot, good double.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so John on the straddle on his jack.
So good though.
Oh yeah,
Because you're in Germany. So delicious.
Yeah, $30 from Josh, called in 2 spots up to John, and now he's got the jiggities, the Judies, the J wins.
Gotta be a raise, right?
Absolutely. And you want to go for a big squeeze sizing here. You want to make it difficult for your opponents to call, because if Josh, the original raiser, if he calls, then the rest of these guys just call down the line.
Yeah.
So it does make it just big enough to get Josh to fold. I thought 160 was actually going to be too small to get the job done, but
Everybody's out.
there it is. Oftentimes there, right, I mean, that was just barely over a 5x raise,
Okay.
but there was an open and 2 callers behind. So there's 90 bucks in there, and then when you put your raise to 160, you got to think that your 30 goes in too. So then it's 130. There's 130 in the pot. So like, you're not disincentivizing these people to call very well. So oftentimes I'm going to squeeze to a much larger size.
Got it.
Yeah.
They do too many.
All right, Poker Monkey dropping the Chat Pro meetup game. Going to be in Dallas on August 28th at 1 p.m. with booze, cake, and booze in cake.
Oh,
Nice.
Wow.
All right. Raina probably going to be making one of her famous cakes. So that's pretty awesome. Hope anybody who's in or around the Dallas area will be able to pop in and hang out with all the Chat Pros. I would love to, but I'm not sure that's going to work out. Yeah, I know I've got I got a dentist appointment on Monday, I think. So going up there, I guess I could come back time. Well, drinking on a Sunday,
Guess
trying
that's
to
a
come back.
Sunday,
Yeah. But hope you guys have a good time. We'll hopefully get to drive up there and join you guys for another one of those here at some point. All right, 3 players going to see a flop here. On and David, both sporting aces. And downhill, the middle of the deck. He connects with second pair. Now with the best hand.
Not a lot for anybody else. Again, backdoor clubs, backdoor clubs for on.
All right. Another king here on the turn. On will check call once again. Jack of hearts now on the end. Changes nothing. Downhill. We'll finish with best hand and happily turn it over there at the end.
Please and thank you from downhill, right? It's like, what, 8 wins?
Yeah. Yeah, calling in the cutoff, too, with just 2 connected cards, no suits. Sometimes you'll do this, like, when you have a game like this one, we haven't seen a ton of 3-betting, right?
Right.
It's usually just like an open, and then people call. And honestly, that's the way a lot of the 2-5 games have been going around here. More recently, is the amount of 3-betting has sort of gone down. And when that happens, you can start to mix in these connected hands that aren't suited, just because, like, you know you're not going to get blasted out of the pot by somebody in the blind.
Right.
Like, they're just going to call. Pot's going to get big for a small investment. And if you, like, flop a straight or flop an up and downer or something like that, like, you're going to get a good price on trying to improve or take the hand down. So, yeah, I mean, Kevin here adapting, just going to get in there with some less than stellar holdings, and he takes that one down. He's
Like,
gonna
got a raise by Jason to 30 with the queen 10 suited. A couple people gonna come along here.
yeah, downhill doing what he should, what a lot of these players should, which is squeeze. And Doug here is gonna ditch the ace queen. He's like you,
Wow.
real non-believer.
My
in
guy,
that.
all right. I'm not mad at you. I mean, I'm not saying do it, but for me, whew,
Yeah, you understand his pain, or
Right,
he understands your pain, or something. But I definitely don't think that's the right move. Cold 4-betting the ace queen doesn't feel super great, but the nice thing about doing it, especially with having the attitude that you do, which is like, I'm not sure I like this hand, is you can cold 4-bet it.
okay.
And then if you get any sort of resistance, just shut it down, right? You're just like, all right, cool. Like, this hand was kind of borderline, but, like, am I just going to ditch it, right? Like,
Yeah,
Doug did, but, I mean, damn.
Yeah. I mean, it is 3 of the highest cards out of there, right? Two of the 3 highest cards out there, right? So,
Yeah.
again, I understand all the calls with it. Again, it's just personally.
Yeah.
Just,
It is
oh
a
my
strong hand to start with.
Right.
And then if it doesn't improve, it becomes just like every other hand, which is like, cool, you don't have anything. But, and that's why, some people, they overplay ace king because they got to see all 5 cards because they're like, well, I got ace king. How do I not win with this hand? You're like, dude, it came 8-7-4. Like, ace king didn't do anything for you. Let it go. Tony Hawk here says it's either raise or fold there with the ace queen. Can't just call with it. I would generally agree with you. I do think that, again, going back to the idea that, like, this game hasn't seen a lot of 3-betting, it was a 3-bet, so cold calling that can always set you up for disaster. And by disaster, I mean calling 150 and then having to fold when the original raiser puts in another raise. But, like, if that's not the dynamic, if everybody's just mostly, like, calling and stuff, like, you can cold call ace queen. You can cold call jack 10 suited, right? I mean, you don't have to 4-bet these hands. I'm not saying that I advocate for it. I'm just saying that you can get away with it in games that are less aggressive. On is in the mix here, but facing a large raise here from downhill, and neither player with anything really. On the pair of sixes is actually the best hand, but downhill really giving him the business. And with a pretty odd hand to do it with, I think he just sort of flipped a coin in his head and said, "No, we're gonna punk this dude." I mean, downhill was the 3-better pre. On makes the call, and then he just sort of steps on the gas. And when On donks the turn, he's like, "No, it's just not happening."
Then he's scared to show everybody else's hand, so he says, "Let me just mix this up with the stuff." And,
I love that move.
get it on out of here.
So you're a dealer here at TCH and have been for quite some time, and
Yes, sir.
you know the dynamics between the players. Like you've seen it all, I'm sure, right? Like when something like that happens, where like somebody shows one player or whatever, and somebody else gets like really agitated. "Oh, I need to see that hand," like.
I'm a stickler for the rules. So
Because
if I
you have
see
to follow the
if I
rules,
see
right?
anybody else's eyebrow raised, like, "Oh, what was that?" I'm gonna automatically turn it over. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, downhill. You may not want me to, and it is what it is. But because you've shown On, hey, here's
Yeah.
2 cards face up. Show
Okay.
one, show all. That's just the TCH rule that we have here. So it's not like something that I'm making up. And I'll definitely explain that. It's like, "I'm so sorry. I'm not making it up. It's our rule. Got to show everybody, sir." And I'll turn it over. Quickly turn it back over, mix them all together, shuffle, ripple, shuffle, pass them out.
Next hand, yeah, exactly. Well, that's the perfect description. That's what I was hoping to hear from you, because yeah, it's like I've seen that interaction though, like get kind of heated between people, and like some people are like, "Oh, I shouldn't have to," I didn't really show the guy or whatever, and it's kind of like this gray area stuff, and it's like, kind of just have to have one set way of doing things and stick with it, so that there's no. There's no way for things to get confused further on down the line.
And I try to get in front of it with words, and I might even say something to the effect that, "Oh, at the angle that those were shown, looks like he could see them, so I got to show everybody, sir." And I'll just turn them over. You know what I mean? So again, if one person has the ability to see the cards, everybody should see them as well. So.
Yeah, gotcha. David here with the deuces, going to go ahead and bet and win. I think he just had the best hand anyways.
Yeah.
But, all right, do you want to give another shout out to TCH down in Spring, just outside of Houston, Texas? They do have their 100K guarantee tournament coming up here in just a couple of weeks here. $250 buy-in with 30K guaranteed for first place with day 2. All of the starting flights funneling into day 2, which is the weekend right before Labor Day. So if you are in or around the Spring, Texas area and want to play some tournament poker here in the next couple of weeks, be sure to go and check them out. Get in on the action. Do guess that is going to smash the guarantee and first place be well over 30K. But yeah, definitely get in on the action if you're in or around the area.
Doesn't sound bad. 250 for
Yeah.
30, 40K if you win.
Hell yeah, man. That's the dream, man. And some of these tournaments too, the local tournaments here in Texas have been really good. They were like super good right before WSOP. People were amped. They wanted to get practice. I think like there was just like an energy in the air, and the tournaments were amazing. Like every guarantee was getting doubled.
Yeah.
It was just amazing. And then when the WSOP started, all the local tournaments sort of dried up a little bit, and then everybody came back from WSOP, and as is usually the case, most people lost out there. You can only have a few winners. You can only have a few Camerons that can run to 32nd place in the main event.
My man Cam.
That's right, dude. That was so sick. But yeah, and then they're kind of back to just maybe a little more even keel, but I'm looking forward to playing some of the tournaments that are coming up here in the state of Texas. So if anybody is down there in Spring or somewhere in the area, go check it out. All right, we are playing 4 cards for a PLO double board bomb pot. King, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow, and 7, 5, 4, 2 tone. A lot of Broadway cards represented out here between Downhill Doug and Tillman. Jon as well. Looks like the middle of the deck occupied by these players. So let's see, does anybody have anything really substantial?
Josh, 2 pair on the bottom, 5-7.
Yeah, top 2 pair. Not very inspiring, though, on a
King
7-high
Jack
board.
for Tillman on the top.
It's always a challenge to squint at these, where, you know, all 4 cards scroll down forever as you look through 9 hands trying to figure out who's got what. You really just want someone to pot it on the flop so that most of the people fold, and we can try to figure out what the hell is going on. All right, board pairs of the deuce on top and an ace of spades peels off on the bottom. We still have at least these 6 players.
On and Josh with the deuce.
Yeah, so a couple players playing trips on top. At least, if not boats. But yeah, no, there's just so many players still in this.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 8 players here. Jon does have the nut straight, and no, he did not fold, Lance or not, but he's not betting it, as he is perhaps concerned that the board will pair or club will peel off, which is pretty much always the fear. So yeah, Josh. Here.
Nobody has a boat.
A bunch of pairs on bottom, not going to do anything for him. Does have the deuce on top, but no kicker. So he's checking, and everybody's just checking. I mean, this pot is...
This is a circus.
Yeah, I mean, it took a bet, like, on the flop or whatever, and then after that, everyone just shut it down. So Jon is going to win half of this pot for 200 with the nut straight. And it's not, well, it's not the nut straight anymore, but it's the 8-high straight, I should say. That is going to be good for half the pot. And then some unknown player who is off the screen at the top is winning the top board with whatever the hell that is. The deuce with the superior kicker, deuce 10. I think deuce 10 for on is shipping the top.
Chop it up. Jon.
So Jesse's going to chop these down and distribute the winning. Damn, Moose Duty rolling a 1. Tough break there, man.
Great white ball.
Yeah. The nuts is 100 because you get like 10 to 1 or 5 to 1 or something on your points.
Yeah.
But yeah, rolling a 1 is just like, dude, I was going to lose.
How many-
You really have to give me a 1?
How many hundreds have you seen?
I've hit 100 maybe once or twice, and I mean I've certainly seen a couple of them in the chat, but I know I've hit at least one.
Gotcha.
I don't remember exactly, but then it's like 99 and 98 give you like 5x, maybe 100 gives you 10x, it's something like that. But you got to hit real high up to get the multiplier instead of just doubling or losing your wager. Moose Duty says you should get TCH Live merchandise for rolling a 1. You know, I'm with you on that, but I'm not in charge of deciding these things. So, unfortunately, I don't think you will be receiving some free merch. Doug here with the ace-jack, going to raise this up 35 to go. And Jon will ditch the the jack-10, but on will play, no, damn it, where did it go? Josh will play the 90%er. On also waiting to play the 90%er.
Uh-oh.
And, whoa.
Oh, what, 90% are folded?
No. He still has his cards. He's still in there, but Sam is also in the mix with the 9-7 suited. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. 2 players with the king 10.
And we just labeled that tonight, y'all, as far as 90%er, or just start calling it that. It is definitely not a 90% chance to win. It's just some bull spit that we just came up with. Because one of my guys likes it, and he says 90%er. So, yeah. So please don't get alarmed with that.
No, we're just rolling with it, you know, as we do. But, yeah, a couple of king 10s in here are not in good shape. In fact, they are the best hand at the moment, but Sam has the up and down straight draw, and he hits it, while both 90%ers turn into 0%ers with top pair. That's not great.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, both Josh and On probably going to feel pretty good about their hands, but Sam over there lurking on the button with the nuts. Bet of 135 here from On, and Sam giving it the little side eye. He's been to Hollywood acting school.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
a little chin up was a little giveaway there. A little bit.
The head to the side, the squint,
yeah.
the
What
death
What
stare.
is that? Is that
Yeah.
a 10? Okay, I'll call.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Not too sure if you can have that, actually. I love Sam.
You just have this flat, right?
Oh, he's going huge. So Sam taking a note from earlier about building pots with your best hands. He's like, how about we build the shit out of this pot? We're going to build a damn wall.
All the chips my right
Of
hand
chips.
can manage to shove out.
So 625. This is a pot-sized raise. And Josh now, the man in the middle, and he just hit his top pair.
Spicy.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. So he gets out of the way, and now it's back over to On, who is never folding this hand. Look at this man just instantly reach for the chips. 6 1/4.
Never
There's
scared.
the call. And stack to pot ratio now under 1. It's about 75% or thereabouts. The queen of spades doesn't really change anything here. Front door clubs miss. So he could definitely think about heroing this hand, as I can only imagine that Sam is going all in here. More of the head
Yeah,
bob
more
and
the.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This I don't know. Maybe. He's gonna bet smaller than the pot. He's gonna take a page out of Jon Pardy's book, which is I don't want to bet too much to scare this guy. So let's go.
Me? My turn? Sure. 750.
On here, quickly counting this out though. This, earlier we kind of weren't sure which direction he was going to go, and he's still going to think about this, but I'm more inclined to think that On is going to call this one.
Because he was probably thinking king queen doesn't bet, ace queen doesn't bet, or the 625 or whatever it was that he bet.
Yeah. Wants to know what's in the middle as Jesse sort of spread things out and does
Says yes
indeed
to the
make
bet.
the call.
Not gonna
It's
like it.
shown the nut straight on the turn. Of course, the Jack-9 ended up being the best possible hand, but yeah, Sam there with the effective nuts, and he does get paid. That is going to move Sam into pole position for overall earnings. So let's go ahead and pull those up here. Prior to this hand, John was the biggest winner, but Sam after that one, turning 940 into 3.7K, up
Leapfrog.
nearly 3,000. Yeah, pretty good spot for him, especially after he got it in behind with the ace-queen and found his way into a victory for a double up early.
Tripled it on up. All right, Sam.
On stuck the most now, down 2.35. David stuck just about 2. Josh down 1.7. Tillman and Jason down a little bit as well. I think that's also going to improve the old VPIP stats here for Mr. Sam. And indeed, he's not even at the bottom of the standings anymore. That spot belongs to
21.
John on 19%.
Of course, I know he's not going to be under 17 now. The more chips that you have, the more you're going to play. So.
Oh, I don't know. He might lock those up. You
Yeah,
never know.
You might put
never
a
know.
padlock on them. You all right.
All right, downhill is going to fold the 9-8 suited, and Doug wins with his 9-8 suited. That I would have never believed that downhill would fold 9-8 suited there. Doug did raise it quite large, but still. So the nice thing about having a favorite hand or whatever, quote unquote, is like 10-9 or 9-8, right? Like 9-8 is a close second. Is you just have so much playability. And if you miss, you're just like, cool.
Yeah.
I got 9 high, I got 10 high, whatever. You just ditch it,
Yeah.
and it's fine. But that's why like people that hate Ace King. Nobody hates 10-9. Nobody hates 9-8 because like whether you got something or not.
Right.
But with Ace King, some people sort of convince themselves
Yeah.
that like there's a chance that they're gonna hit something further on down the line.
Come on, baby. It's going to come.
Yeah, it's got to. I got Ace King. What the hell? And then they lose and they bitch about the hand instead of the way they played it.
Yeah.
John here with a beauty. Do also enjoy the Jack-10 suited. And doesn't want to find a bunch of clubs.
Yeah.
And does not, so he's safe. 7 does pair for David. That gives him the best hand. John with 2 overs and a gutty to the nuts. Josh 2 overs as well, but no straight draws. He's still going to take a shot at this, bet 60, and gets called by both players.
No, stop.
4 of hearts now, one liner out there. We got 6 for a straight. And David's he's gonna take a shot now. Just bet the 7.
Let's
Curious
go.
play
Let's
here.
go 6. Everybody chop.
Yeah, John is going to fold, as will Josh, and the little donk lead there from the blind position, which I do like. I mean, having the 7, it's a little bit awkward, but I like the move there from David. When you're in the blind and your 2 opponents are from middle and late position, like, you're gonna have way more of the just like donkey bullshit 6s, you know, and you can rep them in a spot like that. So the particularly fun spot to do those sorts of things is when it's the under the gun raiser versus the biggest blind or the straddle, because they're going to raise with a pretty tight range that's going to involve a lot of big cards. And when it comes like 5, 4, 3, you just donk. Right? Like, I don't advocate for donk betting very often, but, you know, that's the time to do it, because then that dude just squints at that board and they're like, oh my God. Like, I could have aces and kings and whatever and still not like this spot.
Yep. So we got a straddle. Oh, Tillman just called.
Played catch in Vegas.
Yeah, we got some limping and then some raising. But we're going to go 4 players to a flop. The babiest of pairs represented out there. The 8-5 disconnected with a pair. And the best hand for Doug. Oop, not anymore. 6 for on. Sorry, David. But yeah, we're still just checking all the way through, and the 5 takes the lead once again. And Doug here with trips. Gonna go for a large polarizing bet for 110.
Deuces and 3s have to go.
Yeah, they can't really continue here. Spades are out there. I mean, there's just a bunch of stuff going on. David is going to make the call. Sort of a non-believer there with his 6. A little bit understanding the way that it just sort of checks through 4 players, checks through 4 players again, and now he's just going to blast this. Like, what? Doesn't make a lot of sense, but at the end of the day, Doug has the best hand and ships the pot. Tillman over there looking to re-up the bevy.
I was just confused. You gave me hope, Tillman. I had none. 20 years.
Hand number 54. So here we are at
Did you say
87?
87?
Yeah, I'm setting it at 87. We're on 54 at 8:30, so 1.5 hours yet to go. We're on pace for somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah, I think that's not too far off. I hope we play exactly 87, so I can just drop the mic and walk out of
And
here.
then unplug everything. And then
Yeah, well, but you know, I'm not going to do that unless we nail it. All right, raise to 40. Cascade of calls followed by a bunch of folds. Okay. Middle of the deck is hot tonight. 7-6-6 here. David flops up and down on 2 overs, and Josh with a heart flush draw.
Yep, couple of hearts. Make it 3 hearts plus 2. That's 5. Flush puppy, as I call it on the felt.
It is gamble time there, Carolyn, so fire away. Pot of Duality wants to know who's on commentary tonight. That is me, myself, and Mr. Clay Carter. So Aaron McAvoy and Clay Carter here joining you. Clay is one of the dealers here at TCH Austin. Happy to have him joining me here tonight as we have a large raise here.
Hello,
Bet a
and
150 and a call from on, then a raise to 500 by David, who does not even have the flush. He's just using the 8 of hearts as a blocker.
Wow.
And he literally cannot improve to his better hand. So the 8 on the end is not doing anything. Yeah. Josh checks. David snap jams it all in, and Josh has a flush. You can't fold a flush, so.
Not. No Mosquito, he's not going to fold. Call and collect.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it goes. It's Yeah, it's a cooler if he's got a bigger flush or some sort of full house, but you can't go folding flushes. 92 for Carolyn. Get out of here, man.
All right, Carolyn, get that money.
Damn.
Get
Another
that money.
20.
Taco Bell on you, baby, baby.
Sure is. All right. At least I won the roll. I earned 500. I got my roll by over 50 by 1. So take it. All right, so David will pay that man his money.
Pay the man his money.
And Josh will chip up. That'll move him up a little bit because he was taking a bit of a beating. So after this hand gets calculated, I believe Josh is going to be back in the winner's column. He will indeed. He'll be up about 200 buckarooskies. And David will be stuck even more. He's not even popping up on this screen for whatever reason. But we do know that he was already stuck a few thousand, over a few thousand really, I do believe. And after this, it's going to be even worse. So David running into some spots here tonight, also going for a little bit of a spot on that last one with the 8 of hearts blocker and kind of just running into it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he thought that Josh just didn't have anything. It didn't have a flush, so we didn't have a boat. So he's like, let me just ship it. And of course, it just kind of backfired.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean, if Josh only has like one pair to go with the pair on board, that's a tough spot. Like, you're going to have to fold a lot of hands. So I understand going for it. He's got the straight draw and the flush blocker. So, you know, he's got some opportunities to improve and everything. So definitely don't hate the attempt. It's just he ran into the 10-4 suited that just happened to have the flush there. All right, this looks like perhaps a battle of the blinds or something. I know we've got King 5 offsuit in here. And yeah, this is button versus straddle. So downhill will bet and win with the up and down straight flush draw.
I mean,
Thanks, Ragnar. Yeah, I agree. Clay is doing a great job, and it has been a fun night here so far. And we've still got an hour and a half left, so looking forward to finishing things out here as well.
thank you, Ragnar. Appreciate that, big fella.
Not a flush draw. Anything else, though?
All right, 87 here for Peter Marshall. Nice roll.
You never fold a straight flush draw. Otherwise, then you never get it.
You fold that hand.
So what kind of stuff you like to do around here besides golfing? You get out on the water at all?
No, man, I don't. That's really it, man. I just work, golf, eat and sleep.
Yeah.
Do anything else. I mean,
But golfing is like your big like,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
mean,
going to
I-
do something fun, you go out and golf.
yeah, I try to go 2 or 3 times a week. I mean,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
All right, Tillman going to call out of the small blind here. Up against on and the pocket tens, and Jesus, that is a spicy flop for Mr. Tillman. How about the nuts?
Yeah. And then
And
backdoor flush, possibility, straight flush, possibility.
Yeah, over pair for on is going to cost him some money. Tillman here usually plays these slow at first,
Oh,
and
the
then
no look. I don't know if you saw that.
it was the no look, and then the chips sort of ran all over the table. Board pairs the bottom card on the turn. That is still going to be a good card for on, quote unquote, a good card for on to continue barreling. He's going to keep his sizing small though, 670.
Wow.
Tillman went to the same acting school as Sam, I think.
They're buddies, so yeah, I think they understudy, somebody.
I'll tell you.
Tillman check calling once again.
You missed the
This board getting scarier and scarier, and this is just kind of gnarly. But on still going for value. He puts a little tickle out there for 300. Tillman makes the snap call.
Oh, he bet 100. Tillman raised 3, then he snaps.
Oh, that's what
three.
it was. Bet 100, raised 3 in the call. Okay.
Wow. Tillman says thank you very much. Hey, Jesse, have this, and we'll continue to the next hand.
Yeah, nice spot there for Tillman to get paid as much as he did. I mean, it was relatively small bets from on the whole way down, but to get the raise called so quickly there in the end too, pretty good result given how connected that
Yeah,
board was by the
absolutely.
end.
And I'm pretty sure he didn't enjoy the 5 on the end, right? Because he already had 6-5 as far as, hey, why did you put another card out there to go with one of the ones I have in my hand already?
The worst is when you flop it, it comes like the 8-7-4. You have 6-5 and it runs out 6-5. You're like, are you absolutely kidding me? This
Like,
is
bro,
ridiculous.
really?
This happened to me several times. Let's see. In the chat here, I saw something just a moment ago. Where did it go? Oh, Ragnar. The over-under on the number of times I fell off of my paddleboard. Well, I'm happy to report that I nearly fell off on multiple occasions, but not one time did I fall off of my paddleboard.
Pot of duality. Hey, man, I'm not sure who you are, man, but yeah, we play 21 game all the time, baby. It's the Floposaurus type of game with a number. So basically, everybody picks a number. I always go with 21. If you're ever going to play the game with me, I'm always going to pick 21 no matter what. People pick 23, 25, just whatever. So if it's on the flop, we would usually play for like $5. And then sometimes we play, if it gets to the river and you have the same number, it pays double. So then if my 21 works out to on all the 5 cards added up, they have the same values as your typical blackjack hand. So
Okay.
aces are 1 or 11. So yeah, I play it all day, every day. But I'm playing. If anybody wants to play, we'll do it all the time, buddy.
Nice. Ooh, David is all in here with top pair, but he's up against bottom set, and he is dead on the turn.
DOA.
So David has run quite poorly here tonight. He's going to say his goodbyes. Shows the queen on his way to the exit, and it looks like David is done for the evening. Tough run here tonight. Jon going to chip up a little bit more there, and that will move him a little bit closer to Sam at the top of the leaderboard here.
Seat open, live stream.
We'll get this hand updated here momentarily.
Duality, we in there, baby. Whenever we're at the table, we're gonna play every time, all the time.
Yeah, I did, you know, some of those little side games like playing Baccarat or whatever. Like on the flop, you get the right 2, I get the left 2 or whatever. It's kind of fun. We did a little bit of a variant on it where, you know, one player always has the left 2. And then, depending on if you get to the turn, then the other player would be playing the right 2. So you'd be playing 2 new cards, right? You'd stop playing the middle one and start playing your 2 new ones.
Right.
And then if you get to the river, then it's the 3 and the 3. And, you know, so it can kind of change. If you're the guy on the left, like, you always know what you've got on the flop. You're either playing these 2 or maybe these 3. But the guy on the right can have a lot of things change. So it was kind of fun.
The most props that I played in one hand, at one time on just like one hand. So we were playing the numbers game, right? So my number was 21. And then we were playing pick any 2 cards. So
Like specific cards, like 8 of hearts, or?
well, no, just any card. So my cards were 8 and 4s.
Oh, okay.
So if that comes, it's $10. And then on top of that, we were playing pick a suit. So I had hearts. I was playing 21, 8-4, and then hearts.
So like if 2 hearts come out or whatever?
No, it has to be all dominant, so it has to be monotone. So if all the board, all the flop is hearts, I win $10 as well.
Oh,
So
only
that's-
10 though. Okay, because that one's much less likely.
Right, but
okay.
we were just going 10-10 as far as max, because we were playing 1-2, so it wasn't like a lot of money on the table or whatever. You know what I
But
mean?
you guys are moving some chips around.
Right,
playing
so
3 games.
oh my goodness, so the plot was 8-4-9 of hearts. I'm paid, baby. Because I get the 8-4. Yeah, it was. I mean, it never came, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
a lot of props. I mean, because I think I was playing one night, and it was like myself and Pete and a couple other guys that we were playing. And I think my vpip was 11, 10. I mean, it was really, really low. But my stack kept going up and up and up and up. And the guy was like, "How are you making so much money? You're not even playing a hand." And I was like, "Mind your business, bro."
Running good in these side games. Nice. Oh, Pot of Duality is AJ. who
Oh,
you-
gotcha. All right, yeah.
you might have some knowledge of. All right, on and downhill going heads up to this flop. Neither player connecting. Ace high is still best for downhill. But yeah, likely to just go checky again on the turn. It does. Brick City, nice on the end, and ace trumps king for the ship. All right, let's peep those V pips here real quick.
Yeah, let's take a
see
look.
who's Holding down the bottom, it's Sam at 18%, drifting ever closer to
Still
17.
above the 17.
On way out in front at the top, 62% of hands played. Josh, the next most frequent player of hands. Wondering where that sentence was going to go. I found my way through. But 39% there for Josh. Downhill playing a lot of hands at 31% as well.
So if you're playing this 2-5 game here, what would you want your VPIP to be?
So I don't really have a target or anything, but I think given the way that this dynamic is playing and the way that most of the 2-5s that I've played on stream are, I usually end somewhere between like 20, let's call it 25 and 30. So like 27 is pretty much run-of-the-mill for me, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not a VPIP number guy either. It's just kind of what I feel, when I feel, how I feel it.
All right, we do have Andrew joining us. So he is going to be taking the spot of David, hanging out in the middle position there, or well, over in the 6th seat anyway. So Andrew, a frequent
That's like 3 times in a row.
player here on the stream. We'll get him on the old vertical camera view. Doug here will raise it up ace-king and gets everybody else to fold, so he'll take that one down. Ragnar, well aware of what he has signed up for, and does indeed roll a 14 and punt off his 10,000 live TCH Live loyalty points.
They're uncomfortable. I've never.
Yeah, well,
It's weird. I've never.
hang in there,
enjoyed
buddy.
wearing
It'll turn
glasses.
around at some
They're
point.
uncomfortable to me, and I've never enjoyed watching either. They're also uncomfortable.
It's funny. It's so funny to me. Like, as soon as
Comes naturally.
you
to
give someone the ability to accumulate some fantasy just number of whatever, like it becomes a thing. You want them, you want the points. Like,
Right.
it's just a number, but I love it. I love it. Like, I love it even more though when I get to gamble with Carolyn and like do the little side thing, because then it adds a little bit more tangibility to it on top of just the internet points. All right, Downhill got the ace queen. See if he can turn that into a winner.
Seat open.
We'll just start with 3 of them.
We'll see
He's
though.
gonna raise this up though. 300 to go. Nice chunky squeeze here from Downhill. And Jason, who was the original raiser from the small blind with 2 red 6s. 6s are a hand that you would really like to see a flop with, but you're going to be out of position. You're going to mostly miss and have to fold. But if he calls, he's pretty sure that on will come along, which is going to sort of improve his pot odds.
That's for 15% of his stack, so he's probably like, I have to hit. If he doesn't hit, he definitely is going to see the showers.
Yeah, every once in a while you see a 5-high flop, but not too often.
Yeah.
You know, a 5-high flop, 6s are okay, but yeah, those lines are a problem with the camera in that view. Not exactly clear what's going on with it. Michael Peroni, bracelet winner extraordinaire, joining us here in the chat. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. All right, king high with a 9. So on here does flop best with the middle pair, but Downhill gonna fire in a bet of 250. And Jason, I think Jason definitely has to get out of the way. On should not be going anywhere.
Yeah, with the pair, it's on that board. I mean, will I see another card? Sure.
Jack of diamonds, so gut shot here for Downhill, as well as just sort of a general range advantage.
No.
But on is going to absolutely obliterate this pot with a full pot size bet. And yeah, Downhill is like, cool, if you can bet like that, obviously I just have to fold everything.
Yeah.
And ace queen goes in the muck. On had the best hand. But,
He's probably saying that right now too. If we know Downhill, he's probably saying that like, oh wow, you really bet? Yeah, I'll fold. You know.
yeah, full pot, cool. It's all you. Both of them having the blocker to the straight, but you know, on just taking full charge of the hand with that bet. Jason over there doing some inventory, trying to figure out exactly what he's got behind. Wow. Will and Jedi Master Ted here rolling 90s. Nice. Must be nice. All right, got the $20 straddle on. John is raising it up to 60. Jason will call on the button. Downhill will complete from the first straddle, and Doug over there will complete from the large straddle as well. So here we go. 4 players to a flop.
This first time.
No set, no bad either.
Give him a war player.
Couple of queens and a tray.
No, I bet
Jason here flopping top trips and
Flopping the best of it.
pretty much ending this hand right here and now. Downhill with some backdoor club outs. Doug and John are just about dead. John, backdoor hearts, the only thing working for him. Checks all the way through, and it does come a heart. Downhill picks up a pair of deuces, but of course we know that's no good. John, the only player that can actually improve to a winner over Jason here. And after checking all the way through, this is definitely a spot where he could go for something, but instead he... Wait, is this Doug betting? Who's bet over there? It's Doug.
It is
Doug
Doug.
taking a 0 equity shot at this for 180.
Parlay go false.
And that actually just got John to fold. I was wondering what John was thinking about, but okay. Now that we've caught up with the action. The tricky thing about playing this like Jason did is now he's going to raise, and it's like,
Every hockey players I know.
what's going to call you?
Yeah.
You know? Nothing.
Know
is
what
the
you
answer.
got. Yeah.
But I guess he did induce a bet of 180, so there's 180 in the pot
That he didn't have in the first place, right?
that wasn't there before. So that's the one value of playing the check back with top trips.
All right, Aaron. So earlier you asked me who my squad was. Of course, everybody that knows me, 49ers all day.
Oh, that's right.
Who's your squad, sir?
I grew up in Colorado, so I got the Donkeys,
Uh-oh.
the old Denver Donkeys. That's right. And they got a pretty good squad this year, too. I think they're going to perform at least like playoff bound, like borderline.
Okay.
I think they could get into a wild card sort of situation, especially with the new playoff situation that we've got. But I think Chargers and Chiefs are always going to be tough to
was gonna
beat.
say, you're-
And the Raiders aren't even bad this
Yeah,
year
I was
either.
gonna say you're probably in the hardest division in the AFC.
100%.
yeah.
Perhaps even the toughest division in the whole of NFL.
I mean, with mine as well, right? As far as the NFC West, as far as Rams, and who knows what Arizona's going to do. Seattle's going to suck. but,
Seahawks,
you know,
yeah, Seahawks are toast.
Yeah,
They're
but
probably going to be down and out for a few seasons. But yeah,
But if-
Arizona, I mean,
if the little guy lives up to his contract, whatever his name is, he's Oklahoma. I start to scratch. I'm UT. I itch when I say
Okay,
Oklahoma
okay.
guys, whatever. But yeah, whatever he decides to do. So if he plays good, Arizona's going to be good. Then it's going to be Arizona, LA, and us. So kind of the same thing. I think it might be a West type of a Super Bowl. I'm not.
yeah. Will Lottie has money on Denver winning the division and the Super Bowl.
Lottie, what?
Wow.
I got 100 on it, Lottie.
Yeah, I like Denver's shot at getting a playoff spot, but they have to beat out the Raiders. And like that would probably be like a 3-team from the AFC West, right? Like, which is pretty rare,
Yeah.
but it can always happen. I just don't know. I don't give them that much credit, but downhill here with ace high and
4 to a
clubs and up and down straight draw, everything. Like his hand is drawing super live, but on actually does have the best hand with the turned pair of 4s. And on is hitting this for 750.
Doing what he probably needs to do, right? He has to bet it just because of the board so wet.
Yeah, unless you just want to sort of shut it down with a hand as weak as ace 4. But downhill now with a real decision here. These are two of the deepest stacks at the table. And downhill's got to know that if he goes for a raise here, this is very likely to just get all the chips in. But his hand is super strong. I mean, the 9 of clubs is sort of the weak point here, right? Like, you have 4 to a straight, but, like, if the 9 of clubs improves to the flush, are you really loving it?
Right.
You're not,
Yeah.
right? And so you could already be drawing dead also, right? Like that's always a possibility. On is just over there with like Jack 3 of clubs, and you're just literally dead. So folding there, I think, makes a lot of sense. The raise would have been pretty exciting because I think On is going to fold, and Kevin gets to kind of like walk away like, yeah, get punked, bitch. But it was not to be. Anyways, that conversation just lit a fire under Will Lottie's ass because he is going to blow us up here. Toughest division in the league. I think that's right.
I agree
think
with that.
That's right.
Yeah.
And says, I think nobody in AFC West gets more than 4 division wins. Yeah, it could be a slugfest, right? Like, they could all just be sort of beating each other up. You know, I win at home, then you win at home, then you win at home. You know,
play
yeah.
You'll play 6. So, yeah. It's going to be. So, if someone does, I like you guys, you know, as far as people, but it'll be the Chiefs, you know what I mean? And they'll.
You don't even give the Chargers that much credit. It's fine. I mean, it's my division, but
I think it's going to be a lot of offense in that division. I don't really see anybody with a whole defense. You know what I mean? So
yeah, Broncos got a pretty good defense.
Yeah, but besides Broncos. But then again, how is the new quarterback going to interact with the receivers? And didn't one of the receivers go down for Denver or whatever? So how is that going to mesh? You know what I mean? As far as because he's not going to play a lot in the preseason, right? Because you don't want to hurt him. You know what I mean? So,
Let me introduce you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be a very interesting situation. Everything is always so injury dependent, right? I mean, you can have a favorite all preseason and before that, through the summer, training camp, all that, and be like, these guys are going to crush. And then they come out and, like, their star dude just goes down with a blown ACL. And you're like, all right, well, moving on.
And I love to see the argument. People come towards me as far as 49ers, oh, you guys suck. You guys suck. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, so you don't watch football, right? They're like, what? It's like, so we've only been to the NFC Championship 2 out of the last 3 years. The 1 year that we didn't go, like you just said, everybody on our squad was hurt that year. You know what I mean? So it's like, you can't play with hurt people. You know what I mean? So we'll see you in the playoffs, buddy. That's all I can say. I mean, of course, our question mark this year is Trey Lance. You know what I mean? Because his accuracy is great one day and looks like shit the next day, right? But if Garoppolo can do it, you can do it too, right, Mr. Lance? So get on out there, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's certainly looked good at times. All right, 3 players to a flop here. Andrew getting in the mix with the 6 tray suited, and he's going to flop up and down straight draw here. Jason and Josh both missing with some overcards, though. Check over to Andrew, who, with the straight draw. Go ahead and, pardon me, fire out a little over 1/3 pot size bet here.
Kevin, what's the difference?
I don't know. Somebody told me one time. They're like, it's not a
Hello. What's going on to our newest viewers? Welcome to the
I
stream.
believe them, you know.
All right. 4 of spades here on the turn. Andrew now picking up the straight flush draw, but doesn't want to hit a spade that isn't the deuce or the 7, because Josh stuck around with the 2 overs in the backdoor spades. Checks it over. Andrew is going to go for a large size here. Oh, I guess just half pot. A little over. 300 to go. And Josh probably didn't float the flop to fold now.
Absolutely.
Sure enough. A deuce or a 7 of spades would be absolutely disgusting because it would give the straight flush and the flush to Josh. But instead it's an 8 of clubs. And Josh will win with queen high if we get to showdown, but I don't think Andrew can slow down. He's bet 2 streets already. I think he needs to go big here.
And if we know Andrew, there's probably going to be, he's going to completely shut it down. It's going to completely go over the top.
Well, yeah, I mean, a reasonable size here, I think, for Andrew to value bet like a good 10, like king 10 or ace 10, something like that. I mean, it's like 700, right? So let's see if he goes like 750, maybe that ballpark.
And his hand, he has what, two times the pot. So
he's gonna go even smaller. He's basically just gonna attack all of Josh's weakest holdings. Oh no, he made it 800. Okay, yeah, there it is, 800. Yeah, there must have been a pink at the bottom of that barrel. So.
And a lot of you are right, sir. If he doesn't deliver, I don't know if heads roll because I think Shanahan and our VP, they still remain, but It's hard to get rid of Shanahan, man, just because he does so much as far as calls plays and stuff like that or whatever. Brilliant mind. So it's hard to get rid of Shanahan, but he has to deliver.
Yeah.
Even if it's with his legs. I mean, as far as running the ball.
Sam does his strategy.
Who's did you guys have somebody stick around at running back from previous season, or do you guys have a
So
new rookie or something?
Mostert went to the Dolphins.
Okay.
Eli Mitchell, who was running back A last year, he came back.
Okay.
And then like Jeff Hasty and some other guy. Trey Sermon, who didn't play a lot.
Yeah,
came
Sermon.
back a little bulked up, this year, but he
Okay.
just hasn't been producing in preseason. He's just
Yeah, well, he was god awful last season too. Everybody was so high on him.
Yeah,
and
that's
dude,
like
it was bad.
so he doesn't really fit the offense because he doesn't put his foot in the ground and cut. He dances in the background. So
Yeah, we don't need background dancers.
Yeah.
in the NFL. All right, 8-7 Trey, and we are multi-way here. Looks
Yep.
like a limped pot or something.
Tillman flops open ended. Looks like he calls the $100.
Yeah, and Andrew's
So is
open-ended on
Andrew.
the other end. On has a gutty, so a 9 would be pretty spicy. But it's a king of hearts completing the front door heart flush
You know, Champosi Vikram?
for John. Everybody now drawing dead.
In that room, warmed up. I can
John has this one locked up. 505 in the middle on blasting here with the 0 equity hand. I mean, in his mind, a 9 would improve him to a straight and probably the best hand. But John here, of course, going nowhere.
Big brother says thank you, and he just calls.
And a 3 of diamonds on the end pairs the bottom card. On would have to gut out a big bluff here, but no, it's just going to go check, check. And John will show down the winner. Jack high flush.
I know exactly what you have.
And Lottie, I see you as far as calling in the Super Bowl. Shanahan, no, but I'm going to say yes because it was on Jimmy G. Man, he had to throw the ball 100% out of bounds, and he throws it to the actual yard marker, and he gets it picked. So it's I don't think that play was on Shanahan. I think it's more on Jimmy G than Shanahan, but yeah. And
up
also
the-
Jimmy G down the middle, he's just overthrowing old boys. Oh my God! Well, I'm sorry, I can talk all day on that. but
Yeah, Jimmy G, not the greatest hero in all 49ers history.
And I think but he won a lot of games. He's like 70+%, 70% or plus, as far as his winning percentage or whatever. So he wins games, but they're just managed. But I think he's actually probably going to be on his way to Cleveland because today they said Watson got the 11 games.
11
as far as 11
games.
games, $5 million as far as fines. So I've known in the past the Cleveland owner. She said, "Hey, if this gets to a season season-long suspension, or double digits, we're probably going to look for something else." And Jimmy G is the only bona fide starter or with the person with the most experience out there left to get. So,
Okay, yeah.
hey man, ship him off. Bye bye.
All right. Well, let's see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
All right, I will go first there in a moment, Caroline. I think I need to wait another minute or two before I can roll, but I will roll in a moment. 6 of diamonds on the turn, checky, checky. 7 of
Wow.
spades now, completing 4 spades and
What
4 to a
does
straight.
what does downhill have?
Yeah. No scanned card. Did he have like a baby spade? No. 9-8 for the straight over there. Backs into it. Let's go. All right. I will fire this up. Hope to get some of my
Is it 20
cash
bucks
monies
again?
back. Say what?
Is it $20 again?
Yeah, I need to win this one, man. I'll be down 60 if I don't.
Sometimes like I'll miss a card, and so I'll start like.
I know,
No
dude.
Taco Bell for you.
Mortgage my Taco Bell future. Hasn't computed yet. I'm guessing I rolled just a minute or something early.
Actually, Taco Bell's probably what I'm going to eat today. I'm probably going to go to my girl's house. Shout out Kim. What's up, Kim? But yeah, Taco Bell. Only thing
Young
open.
man,
Yeah, Whataburger, a few other things, but yeah, I like
do
me
it.
some
Do double or not.
P-Bell.
I mean, let's go.
All right, yeah, I think we both tried to go just a little bit too early. So let me try going first again in just a minute. All right, straddle 20, straddle 40, straddle 80. We got all the
We
straddles
like it.
on.
My Doug Heffernan voice actually on.
Ace 10 of diamonds here for Jason. He's limping. Don't fully understand this. Tillman limping up front, so Jason over limping.
Never heard that term. Overlimp.
The over limp,
I
yeah.
I like it.
Everybody over limps, and here we go, 400 in the middle.
Oh, the
And
90%er.
The 90%er would be a pretty darn good holding. On has a king, no one else with a king. All right, I rolled a 24, damn it. All right, take another 20 off me, Carolyn.
Uh-oh. We'll surely love to know what On has under that second card.
Yeah, a little bit irrelevant, as we know nobody else has a king. But yeah, a couple players with a 10, 3 players with a 10. So that's like the craziest card to ever come out. Carolyn rolled a 16. Oh my God, let's go. 24 for the win. All right, let's take that back down to just a 20. Carolyn. That was lovely. All right. 2 of the players with a 10 called. Jason got out of there with the ace 10. So.
Wow.
Danglers and butt flushes? Yeah, you're damn straight. So looks like we checked through on the turn on giving his opponents an opportunity to catch up a little bit. Now he fills up kings full of 5s and fires out a $500 wager. I think Downhill as the sort of man in the middle here has a spot where he can let this go. Tillman, yeah, he can have something like Queen Jack or whatever that just stuck around on a draw. But 10 with the Jack kicker, not the most inspiring hand. Yeah. However, On did slow it down with a check on the turn. So it's like bet, check, bet. Does he ever have anything here? And I mean, your 8 kicker is playing, right? So like,
so does On's table image come in here as far as I have it all or I have nothing? You know what I mean?
Okay, so Downhill is going to be the one to pay him off. Downhill will make the call. Tillman is able to fold. And when On turns over the king with whatever else he's got there, that is going to ship it. So Tillman sort of happy there. He's like, yeah, I had a 10 too. King Jack.
Paint, yeah, King Jack.
Oh, you chop, right?
I like On. He's a cool cat.
Oh.
He's definitely happy when he wins.
The nicest guy ever, and yeah, like just loves playing this game. Like winning or losing, I've seen that man dust off a gigantic stack and then just like wish everybody a good night with a big smile on his face and walk out of the room like just a very genuine man and great character.
As we know it, but we have no idea how he acts in a car, right?
That is true. That is true.
Nah, I'm pretty sure he acts the same. All right, a lot of 5s for everyone here.
Indeed, all the 5s out here. So raised to 95 here, Andrew's certainly going to increase the frequency of 3 bets at this table. Although he's been known to make a lot of calls as well. But is going to flop a couple of clubs out here for Josh.
Best team in the land, 49.
Somehow 8 high is the best hand at the moment. Wow. Continues to be the best hand. Everybody basically just has the same
nothing
middling dog shit here. So yeah, Josh now going to take a stab. 105, no, 130.
So how is 59% bigger than 31% with 2 clubs? I don't understand.
Oh, he had 8 high, which was actually the best
8.
hand. Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
Josh, though, with the aggression, of course, just gets it done as nobody else with enough to continue. Let's see here. Gladfan wants to know what the max buy-in for 2.5 is. Well, it was 2,000 to start, and then match the stack after that. So most of the 2.5 games here at TCH Austin are 1K max buy, and then with match the stack after that. But for the live stream games, because the players typically like to play a little bit deeper, we start the max at 2K. It also prevents it from being like, all right, somebody wins a $500 pot or something, and then everybody else is like, I'm adding on 500, I'm adding on 500, and you got to try to get all that plugged in. It's like, just start it at 2,000, and then like, when somebody wins and goes up to 2,500, there's not as much of an incentive for everybody to match up, and you don't have to deal with that as much. So. Doug here with 2 red 10s. We'll make it 100 to go. Gets called in 2 spots. Clubs and hearts he's up against. Of course, it comes all spades. And nobody has one. So let's see who can find a way into a win here. Check over to Doug. I would like to see him put out a small bet here. Even like 75 can go a long ways towards defining your opponent's range. And in fact, they'd both just ditch their hand. So you would just win right there, which would be a great spot.
Yeah.
As it stands now, by checking back, you give Jason this opportunity to just, I don't know, I guess you guys don't have anything, so let me just fire in a wager and see what happens.
My ace high feels good. Let me see. Let me test the waters. Put my big toe into the water.
That's right. Wiggle it around a little. Andrew here has a pair of 8s, but it's really tough with a guy behind you yet to act. But he is going to make the call. Andrew, a very sticky man. And now Doug with 2 red 10s. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who's just going to let this go, I think.
Try.
So here we go. Andrew now far and away the best hand, but it's an ace on the end, and that will actually improve Jason to the winner.
Bingo.
But now very likely to just go check, check. Andrew would have to turn his pair of 8s into a bluff now. It's certainly possible when Jason checks, because Jason is sort of now saying, I have showdown value, but I don't have a hand strong enough to value bet. And Andrew is going to pounce on this.
600, right?
Yeah.
600 it is.
Yeah, I like this. I don't think Jason can call. I mean, unless Jason has a little bit of a wild hair, or perhaps enough experience playing with Andrew to know that he's capable of going for these spots. I mean, if you see this river bet from most players in the field, right, like at 1-2 or anywhere, you're just done. You're just like, no, you've got it.
And then, I mean, Andrew is, again, as you've seen Andrew on the stream, he can do this with deuce 3 of spades, right? Or he can do it with whatever. So you just don't really know what, when, where, how.
Yeah, and Jason does indeed. He really thought it through, but does find the fold. It's a little bit curious because you'd think that someone would have bet like the king of spades earlier, and then when he blasts the river this big, it's like, well, you pretty much only have the king of spades. You wouldn't do this with the jack of spades. Maybe. However, I think Andrew just might, because he knows that that's probably best. Like, if you're checking, you don't have the king of spades, so jack of spades is good enough to value bet this big. You know, anyways, there's a tit for tat there, but at the end of the day, he does get the bluff through and takes the pot. Love it. Sammy wants to know what kind of cameras we use. That's different role, different pay grade from what I do. I sit in the closet and talk poorly, but don't know what we're using, don't know what's wrong with that camera. We are going to do a thorough investigation after tonight's stream, and if all goes well, have the problem addressed, diagnosed, and remedied before our next stream on Monday. All right, Sam here with the best hand, a couple of queens. Checks to him, I think it's just a bet and 2 folds.
69 is not your hand.
Yeah, On's got to go.
Who's better than JP, huh?
Ace deuce offsuit, so he has to go. Pretty fold by Doug, but he folds. So
Justice.
on to the next.
Who's better? No one.
If you were talking about the way I said that, Will, there almost certainly is a better way to phrase that. Words are hearts. So, yeah, just do the best I can here, you know. All right, let's take a look at the VPIPs because I see a certain man who, even after playing those queens, is down below the 17%, but very close to it. And as we have just about 45 minutes left in the program, we'll see. I think 17% is going to be just about bang on. Then the real question is whether or not 87 is.
It's going to be the hand,
the
amount of hands tonight. So we got what, 45 minutes, 16 more hands. 3 minutes a hand. Let's take a look.
I think that's right in the ballpark. I mean, we're still right on.
Yeah, it's going to be right around.
Yeah. You might be finishing the broadcast. If it's like we're coming into it and it's like this is guaranteed, it's going to end on 87, I'm out. And Sam's on 17%. I'm like, yeah.
I'm done for the night.
Yeah,
Let me go to Taco Bell. Give me number 3 with chicken chalupas, and we out.
Yeah, let's go. All right, John's in here with a couple of 9s. Josh flops the flush with the flops the butt flush. That one's for Ragnar. King of clubs now on the turn. Drawing dead is John.
He's a good player. But
Josh will bet again. 300 this time for nearly full pot. John will ditch the
You can
9
also win $1 million.
at this point.
And he barely shows them the other spades. It's like, oh, I got 3 of spades. And one more. Sure.
Maybe another one. Another little baby. Ragnar Overby already ready to toast off his points again. Yeah, I don't think it's good. No, it's not good. 44, sorry, dude. I could just feel, like, when you know you're running bad in something, whether it's poker or, like, these gambles, like, you just know you're going to lose. Yeah. You're toast. You're just toast. But you still have 340,000 points. I don't think you have to move down in stakes quite yet there, dude.
Got Tillman in here with a $10 straddle. Not one to like 6-4. Yeah, domino hand versus a poker hand.
On sneaking in there with the 10s, just calling as well. And did Tillman just open muck his hand again? He did.
He's 6'4".
Backdoor opportunities, man. Checks through and a 5 peels off.
No,
Come on, man. Stick around.
No. Good job, Tillman. Where the phone, buddy?
He had like 4% equity, and he just threw it in the trash, okay? Like, come on, man. All right, we are heads up now on the turn. 9 of diamonds. Jason going to check now. And on will put a bet out there of, looks like
It's all pitch in 5K and said Josh.
1 1/4, takes it down.
oh, come on.
Why not?
He need to bring his weapons with him.
We need
Onwards
somebody
and
who's not going
upwards.
to care. He's not going to care more than the rest of us.
Josh,
All right,
you
let's
do it?
look over at the net earnings here real quick.
5K.
Okay.
Go smash
Clicky the button. And Josh now up $11. I mean, he could go to Taco Bell with us as well. He's ready to order a couple of items.
No sour cream.
Yeah, that's extra. I can't afford it
Bring the
tonight.
chemical weapon.
Sam still up at the top, nearly up 3,000. John right behind him. On stuck the most of the players remaining, of course. David took his lead, stuck somewhere around 3, I believe it was.
Interesting. My guy Sam on totally 2 opposites of the spectrum as far as lists, right? As far as low on VPIP, high on money. I guess that's just the maximum and the minimum theory, right?
Tide is right.
Yeah. Hey.
You know?
Hey, I'm not mad at him.
All right. We've got limping, though. Sam limping up front. Josh making it 50 to go. And then we've got some flat calling over to Downhill, who's going to squeeze the button with the king-queen off. And this should just get through. Nobody has a hand to really compete with this sizing. And as long as On doesn't call, which he's up.
He's grabbing
in
some.
there, man.
My man On. Never met 2 cards he doesn't like.
And that's going to bring Andrew in as well. Andrew, pretty splashy guy when it gets into these multi-way pots. And here he is with the 10-8. And he flops up and down. Pair of 9s for On. And Gutty and 2 overs for Downhill. They all got
This might get
something.
interesting. They know it. They have to know when the last hour.
10 on the turn? 10 on the turn would be sick nasty, but no, it's a 7, and that's going to give Andrew the nuts. And on here, though, still feels pretty good about his hand, and he's going to bet 600. Andrew still has downhill to act behind. There's a couple diamonds out there now, but he's on the stone cold nuts. I think he just call here, yeah. Yeah, downhill.
10 on the turn still. I mean, I'm sorry, 10 on the river still looks. Wow, you know what I mean? I mean, just.
Yeah, but downhill's not going to be in here anymore. All right. I mean, the 10 was the real spice for downhill because then he like makes the straight. Andrew already has a straight. On makes 2 pair.
Right. Uh-oh.
Wait, downhill.
Uh-oh.
He's going to make this call and maybe try to rep diamonds if they come in or something. Yeah. Not exactly clear. I mean, it's, yeah, you put 600 in, the pot goes to 2,800. So every once in a blue moon, you do just drill it.
Yeah.
Or your pair of kings on the river somehow wins you the pot. But pretty speculative call there from downhill. Andrew, of course, with the nuts still, checks to him.
Got to be right. He has to be right. What, one out of every four or 5 times? I guess to put that $600 in or whatever. So.
Yeah, 4.5
4.5,
times. Yeah. So.
But these are the other three times. You're not right, buddy. So you can't rep the 5-6, right? You know, there's no way you rep the 5-6 here. So.
Yeah, but even the 5-6 isn't a good hand to rep, anyways.
Yeah.
But, just because they wouldn't want to. I mean, it could still bet, but Andrew, of course, is going to bet, and now on once again put in a spot where it's a small wager on the very end. He has a kind of funky bluff catcher. It does block the straight, right? He has that 10.
Right.
But like, man, your hand really kind of sucks. What is Andrew betting into 2 players with here that has that is worse than 10-9? Some 6-8 of diamonds or something. It's just you just can't find a hand, man. You find like one hand that they could bluff with, and everything else is just value. On though, I mean, he always he like needs to be shown the
Right.
truth. Like,
Yeah.
I need you to prove this shit to me, and for $1,000, he just might do it, but no.
I would love to know what his business, what business he's in. You know what I mean, or whatever. Because every time I see him, he comes in, he's straight, clean, you know, dapper, button down, everything. So, you know, hey, I like it. I mean, but are you like a lawyer? Are you a business owner? You know,
Microsoft.
Microsoft? Oh, okay.
What I understanding, or no, not Microsoft. Another big like Fortune 500 company. He's employee there.
Okay.
Yeah, and has been for a long time. Andrew does get paid off on. They're gonna make the call. Damn it! Now I don't know. My brain's not working right now. I can't remember.
It's all good.
But Intel. Sorry, on. It's Intel, right? Or I think it's Intel. It's like a computer company.
Yeah, for sure.
In any case, on it does pay it off. Andrew will get paid the monies. And we go on to hand number 74. So the one thing that sort of keeps us from getting a lot of hands in is when On gets into these spots where it's like, shit, now what do I do? You know, and he has to tank it out for a little while. So let's see if 87 is out of reach or not.
Come on, we're trying to hit 87, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Actually, he might actually keep us in line with it because maybe we were going to go over. I don't know. 87 is still a damn good number.
No,
it's
a
great
good number.
over-under.
I am not mad at it at all.
All right, drop a 1 in the chat if you think we're going over. Drop a deuce in the chat if you think we're going to stay under 87 hands. PLO Bomb Pot coming at you while we get that ready to roll. Let's look at the VPIPs one more time. Bang on, 17% here for Sam. 63% for On.
Oh, boy, rolling. I'm playing everything. 9-7 offsuit, give it to me.
All right, 9-7 deuce, followed by queen jack 9. Start getting these cards scanned in. Ooh, Tillman has flopped a straight and an up and downer. Very strong hand. He's going to check it. He's up front, so he's hoping someone's going to bet and he can go for a back raise here. Andrew with nut clubs on top, top pair, top kicker on bottom. He's going to re-raise, and Tillman is going to take another peek here and be like, yeah, no, I've got the nuts, a pair, and an up and downer.
I'm gonna smirk
Time
a
to
little
pot
bit.
this.
Yeah, you see, I think he and Sam went to the actual same school of acting because his chin went up, you know, to the left as well. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
alma maters. Probably same year. All right, so Tillman does indeed back raise pot this. Josh, who has bottom set on top and a whole lot of not much else than the butt flush draw, also on top. I think his hand belongs in the muck, and it will go there shortly. Jason, who had tried to sneak in here for 55, or no, I guess these were checks. Yeah, these were checks up front between Josh and Jason on with the better. Jason is just waiting for his opportunity to fold. So, Josh, I love this man, but yeah, you're only on one board, and even if you had a set of 9s, okay, there's a 9 on the other one. That's a terrible example. If you had, okay, there's just no good example. But having a lot on one board and nothing on the other, when you can always get outdrawn on the one board that you do have, is just like.
Yeah, we have bottom set. So I mean, the worst thing that could happen is the deuce comes on the other board on the bottom right. So you have bottom set on both boards. Again, haven't read the book, but
But it might not be good.
yeah.
All right, 8 of hearts, 5 of clubs. Tillman here is all in as the.
Downhill says, "Give me a look, buddy."
Yeah, he scoots all the way over through Doug's spot.
What
to
do you
see this
have?
card. Tillman happily shows him too. All right, so it's back over to On, and On's the guy on the set of 9, so he's got set here, which is a very strong holding. But when you get to this turn and haven't improved to a full house, you're kind of like, all right, we've got work to do. But he's of course not going anywhere. Andrew here, nut club draw on both. He's going to call as well. So this pot, massive 4.3K with Tillman all in, and there's still 2.6K effective back for On. So both Andrew and On looking to improve.
8 of clubs would be nasty on the top. Right?
Jack of hearts.
No.
3 of diamonds. So Andrew not going to get anything, but On does improve to the nut flush on top. Still just a set on bottom. So Tillman and On are going to chop this. On's all in. And Andrew is like, damn it. My hand was so good, and now my hand totally blows. He's literally playing a pair of queens on one board.
Yeah.
And
He's going to posture, smile, talk to somebody else, and then, yeah, man, I fold.
Yeah, sort of lamenting the fact that his hand has gone from so good to so bad, I
Check in
guess.
the dark, and I win in the dark.
Well, this will put a little bit of a damper on 87 hands as well. Fold your hand already, Andrew. Come on, buddy. You got busted clubs here and nothing else.
Trying to hit a number here, buddy.
I did not say anything.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know, Lottie. I mean, on a bomb pot, you can have anything. So I'm not sure if you want to induce a bluff because you don't really, I don't know.
So the nice thing for On is that he's still playing a set on bottom.
Right.
So Tillman could be all in with some sort of hand that he beats on top, right? And if he ever wins with a set on the bottom, then he would love to get, just Andrew, just get out of here. Like if you have like 10-8 and you're worried about the king 10 or any number of different things that could be going wrong for Andrew to put him into a tough spot, you'd much rather that he just fold and you go heads up against the opponent that's all in. Because he knows he's winning the top. Yeah, half of the pot belongs to on, so you may as well go all in. And, you know, maybe even the same thing happens. Like king high hearts for Andrew, and he ended up bricking out on bottom, or any number of different things where you can get paid. Going for max value is never the misplay.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you go for some checks and induce some bluffs and stuff? Sure, but like, who's gonna bluff at this point? There's a dude all in. Like, you have to show your hand down against that guy, and you need to win half the pot to get any value at all. So, I don't think a bluff is even a factor there. Will, it's, you know, maybe an overvalue, but even then, like, I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're.
I mean, I like the all in, like you said, because there's nothing else. There's no full house possibilities on your board. So, hey man, I've got the ace high flush. I don't think that anybody can beat me. So here you go.
Yeah.
Here's my piece of paper. If it's blank, it's blank. If it has 1,000 words, it has 1,000 words. You know what I mean? Type of thing.
Yeah,
So.
and he's got a strong hand on the second one. Like, obviously, it's probably not going to be good between all three players, but if he could ever get value from Andrew, I mean, the other side of that is, like, do you ever consider checking? Asked Will, and then went all in. The in between would be bet something non all in. Try to get paid an amount where it's like, I can actually win with the set of nines on bottom, scoop this guy for 1,000.
Yeah.
Right? Bet 1,000 and see what Andrew does. Now, Andrew would fold to even 1,000. Might have taken him 15 minutes to figure it out, but he still would have. Of course, I'm kidding, but that was a snap fold for our 87 hand.
All right. Big brother has open-ended. And he checks.
Clubs for Doug. Jason in there. Did he bet? I think it checked to him and he bet just to kind of take a stab, and everybody called, and he's like, oh, cool.
No, he does get $3.
Guess I don't win.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
4 of hearts, and John here will check.
We're square. No, we're
Fairly
square.
innocuous card, I guess.
Back in the
Jason's
zone,
just
man.
going to keep his foot on the gas and hope for the best.
That's 175.
Doug over there, staring into the felt, asking poker gods for a little bit of guidance. He makes the call. John here actually perhaps getting enough of a price. The problem for him is that a lot of times in these spots where there's like 2 clubs on the board and you're going for a straight, you're like, well, let me just take 2 of my outs and throw them right away, because if the ace or the 6 of clubs comes, like, how good am I ever going to be?
Right.
Wow, everybody loves a chop pot. If Jason decides to shut it down and Doug checks behind, they'll chop it with king high.
Yes,
But
actually, do
Jason
something.
bets 2 streets and gets here. Yeah, I mean, oh, he does shut it down. Now Doug has an opportunity to act like he has a bad jack that's now turned into nut boat. Not nut boat, but like second nut boat.
And he was like, and he's like, yeah.
Yeah, just bet
You're probably talking to
350.
them. Not even
See what happens. Your opponent doesn't have a jack. They'd bet a jack, right?
Absolutely.
Sucks that Doug has busted clubs, because he interacts with some of the hands that his opponent would have that are just going to be snap folds, like other busted clubs. At the same time, like, when they check the river, like, I guess you could check a jack here, but in fact, maybe you should check a jack here just to induce this exact sort of thing. Big bet
Doug
from
says,
Doug.
"Come
Doug's
and get
gonna
it."
rep the 4.
120% pop bet, right? Something like that.
Not quite that, but yeah, over bet for sure. Yeah, 1,400 in the middle, 750 the bet, so just a little bit over pot. Jason's like, what? I mean, you can't call with king high. There's just no way. You lose to some bluffs. Busted ace 5 of clubs or whatever it is that's just out there. It's like, fuck you. You lose to that, so you can't call now. All right, Jason, we've got a quota here on hands, man. Between you, On, and Andrew, we're never going to get to 80. Shit.
Oh, Countdown. Let the countdown begin.
All right, Jason finally folds the fucking king high. Doug shows the king high, and for whatever reason, Jason will get a little bit of, I don't know, what's the word?
A little bit of nothing. He's like, ah, shit, we had the same hand.
Well, yeah, but I mean, redemption, whatever, of like actually thinking about calling with the king high, if that's what he was doing over there. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Hand number 76. Jesus Christ, these last two hands have taken like 12 minutes off of the clock. But Sam's still at 17%, so you know, we got one thing.
We're winning one race.
Tony
You're
Hawk's
winning one race. I said below 17.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were down on the basement. All right, Tony Hawk here says a jam by Jason would be sick. Yeah, but just a complete, like, let's see if I can get this guy punked. Because he's repping the hands that you're trying to re-rep, and if they have it, they're always calling. And it's just
Then you got him all confused.
all right, a couple of jacks in here. Did somebody limp jacks? Don't tell me.
Yeah, they did.
Sam did.
Like that.
Is
double
on
Wow.
getting tricky trappy. He does this from time to time. Comes king high. Sam has top pair. And Josh is betting his bottom pair. All right.
On with the string call.
And Sam will check call. 3 players, the 8 of spades on the turn.
Doesn't do a whole lot, right?
No. Josh checking this time. On now betting. I think Sam has a pretty trivial call once again. Josh will probably squint at this and fold, as his pair of 5s is pretty much never good. And you've got 5 outs to improve to trips or 2 pair, and like, do you really want to see that? 7 peels off, you're like, great. King of Hearts completes the front door heart flush draw. Sam, though, improving to top trips.
And he checks.
Quick check behind from on, though, and Sam is just going to take this one down. Pretty standard
You watch the show.
play there.
And I saw the Book of Fett, which is the last, like, what, 2-3 episodes are basically just
Obi-Wan?
All right, so Sam will ship that one. We'll move along to hand number 77, and with that, Sam will eke up over the 17% vpip. On still holding the line at the top 60% of hands played, and in just 18 hands played, Andrew has already assumed the 2nd spot at 41%.
Pretty hard, actually. Not as hard as
Still, everybody being quite active, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Josh, always going to play a lot of hands. Downhill likes to get a little bit frisky, right? We saw him play the 7-8 off and stuff like that. But to have Jason, Doug in particular, up at 28%, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of hands for a man who's generally pretty snug.
Yeah, you got 3 or 4 people playing more than, you know, a third of their hands. So yeah, it's an all right day for me.
Yeah, a lot of action. Our first big pocket pair in like, and so I mean, we just had jacks, right? But like, I mean, like queens plus.
Yeah.
We have not seen very many of those tonight. Downhill, though, waking up with kings. And Andrew, after having opened with the 7-6 off, he's going to call. He makes bottom pair.
6 in the door. My 9-6 is winning at this point, but yeah, who's
Oh, yeah.
counting?
Better go get in there. 15 minutes ago, Clay
Yeah, let me take
comes
these 2
in
cards
there
out.
with 6-9 out of a different deck. Check call for 100, and bingo bango. It's top set now on the turn for downhill. Does bring in the straight for queen 10.
So Andrew checks. So what do you do here when you're downhill? I had top set. I think I'm good.
Definitely continue betting.
Yeah.
While you don't have the nuts, you have right next to the nuts, right? Because the next best thing after queen 10 is a set of kings.
Yeah.
If you always slow down when you don't have the stone nuts, like, or whatever, like something beats you, then you're just giving up on a lot of action.
A lot of money. Yeah.
So you're still going to want to charge all of the, like, think about Jack 10, right? Like Jack 10 is going to want to peel one off because maybe his opponent has diamonds, or maybe his opponent has spades, or whatever it is. Jack 10 has a pair. has a straight draw. There's a lot of ways for that hand to win at showdown, so you need to charge those sorts of hands by
sure.
continuing to bet.
I remember now. It's not one I saw.
But yeah, I see that a lot, especially in the 1-2 games. It's like as soon as a player is no longer drawing towards the nuts or whatever, like they just like slow it down and try to get to showdown. And you're like,
No, buddy, bet.
you know, like you're missing out on a ton of value, and especially you'll see like ace king versus king queen on a king high board, and then it runs out like, you know, it'll be like king 4-2, and then a 3. And then like a 7, and like it's not even that much of a straight board, but like
You play it?
Yeah.
people just stop betting. It's like, dude,
Yeah, what are you doing? So we got a straddle by 10 from On, 25 from Andrew, and looks like Chillman wakes up with the American Airlines. 2 low cards.
and he's gonna
And he
flat
just
call. He's gonna
called.
limp it, and John's gonna limp 10s, limped pot, aces and 10s. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Why couldn't it be ace 10-3?
Every player at the table is basically in here.
Gonna get a bet from Andrew. He has a bet right top here. So what do you do, Tillman? Flats.
Just
Wow.
call. Just call.
My God.
Everybody else folds, so Andrew here gonna need a queen or a 10.
So I haven't.
It's a king to make an up and down straight draw. Tillman on a gutty.
So now you don't want an ace, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, dude. It's
So he beats him in the pot. He beats him into the pot with the call.
I can't.
25 and a snap call, and it's a 7 of diamonds. Tillman's funky play with the aces is going to net him the pot.
He should just say pot. Oh, come on.
My God,
man.
check,
You gotta
check.
bet that, bro. You gotta bet that.
Tillman never changed, man.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Never changed.
Day three.
Will Lottie here says this is totally a hand I could have played in Tulsa the last couple of days. Oh yeah, people doing a lot of limp back raising. Were they?
Someone bet,
No,
nobody
but for
bet,
me-
then I'm screwed.
I've seen a lot of it as well, and it usually just, you know, you see it, you kind of look at the player. Usually what happens is, and I've gotten very good at this, is when somebody limps under the gun, I just sort of watch them out of the corner of my eye to see if they're paying attention to what's going on afterwards. Because, you know, it's not unheard of that someone will limp,
Right.
but limping under the gun is sort of like a unique circumstance.
Okay.
At least in tournaments, right? And you know what I'll see a lot of times is like the kind of guy that was sitting on the end of the table, like on his phone or whatever. He'll like limp and then just like be sitting there, like super quiet, and like eyes kind of darting around, like looking. You're like, dude, this guy's got aces, man. Does anybody else see this, right? Like I want to just announce it. And I look down at like pocket eights and I just like fold it or whatever. Maybe not pocket eights because then I could just like limp and try to out flop him. But like, you know. Like a hand that I would normally open, king 10 suited or something, I'm just like, just get this fuck out of here. Like this guy's gonna win with his aces, or somebody's gonna be a dipshit and open, and he's gonna back raise them, and then it happens. I'm like, I saw that. Nobody else saw that. It's fine. It's fine. Moving on. All right, Andrew here, gonna finish with just 10 high. Am I tripping? Shows him as. Yeah, it's stone dead. Yeah. I was like downhill wins with force, but for some reason my brain interpreted the X as he is one at the pot somehow. He's betting 200, and downhill will have to reach deep to hero call here. Did go check bet call and check turn. So Andrew here repping basically a king and a king only.
Yeah.
Could be a 6. I suppose it could be a 6, and downhill is going to let this go. He's like, there's enough kings and 6s that I can let go of the 4s here. Andrew will take it down.
All right. 18 and a half minutes. Need 8 hands. 2.5 minutes per hand.
Maybe we just get some big straddles. Everybody folds. I don't know.
This is one here. What we got? 2, 5,
Actually,
10.
we're still pretty close. Man. I don't
2,
know.
5, 10, 20. $20 straddle. Oh, by my man Doug.
Sam's back to 17%. He's right there. Pops up to 18, right back down to 17 after he folds in. All right, so Doug does have the $20 straddle on. John here, yeah. No reason to play the Jack 7 from up front.
Yeah.
Full battle of the straddles.
Fold all the way around. Let's go.
Yeah, battle of the straddles.
This could be a quick one. Doug with 9-4. He's got the 49er.
49. Put a 10 out there. It's over. Blackjack 21. If you're still out there, AJ.
Flop them dead to 21. Yeah, Doug cannot improve. Will not improve.
Should have played my dirty dice.
And downhill, try to get 10 bucks out of him. And Doug says, no. 9 high. You win. All right, that was a nice quick hand.
Yeah.
And 81 coming at you here in just a moment. Let's take a look at the PFRs. We haven't seen the player first to raise stats here so far tonight. We've got On doing the most raising, 21% downhill raising
12
next.
No, 12.
Sam and Tillman play most of their hands as flats and limps, so we can
Yeah,
see that
absolutely.
displayed here quite well. Doug also sort of sneaking in a lot of the time.
And I think me personally, I might be in there too, because I love to just to flat sometimes, and people just really don't know what you have.
When you just like flat call with like even big stuff, right? Like you
Yeah.
do that with like ace king and stuff.
sometimes is
Yeah.
it like not lucrative? Sometimes, you know what I mean? Because of course I should have raised, you know, because if I got, you know, playing 1-2, somebody bets 10, got 2 callers, and I just, you know, flat. Should I raise that to 40? Sure. You know what I mean, with ace king.
Yeah.
Because of course king 9-3 comes out and I'm the winner, right? You know what I mean? But
Well, there's, I mean, both sides, of course, have their merits, but the main thing is that if you're unbalanced, then you're going to give something up at some point. So if you're always like limping your ace kings, you're giving up on what we talked about before, building that pot before you flop the king 9-3.
yeah,
If you always raise the ace king and you never have it when you flat call, then that
There you
could
go.
potentially at least lead to some exploit later on down the line. But by and large, ranges and the way that we study ranges are largely built up based on the way that a computer would sort of try to attack another computer playing the exact same strategy to get to a net neutral of like, well, we're indifferent of how we play the rest of the hands because we're doing the same strategy in the same way. And what that would entail is mixing a lot, where sometimes you raise, sometimes you call, sometimes you do different things with these hands. But the strongest hands almost always make it into, like, we're going to raise with those. So,
Yeah.
you know, when I'm up against you and, like, you're the 3-better and I'm just the caller, I'm just not going to have ace king very often because I'm usually going to 4-bet you.
right.
At some small frequency, I might call. Other than that,
Yeah.
you know, that's where we're at. But then with other hands, right? I mean, plenty of times where like 10-9 could be the nuts, and like we can both have that in the exact same amount because
Right.
you raised and I called, and we could both have 10-9.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
For sure. Tillman straddles as far as 10. If it's raised by Josh, call with the 5s by Jason.
yeah, multi-way here.
Doug's dirty diaper now with a deuce 3. Again, AJ,
He's
my
got a clean diaper. Let's be honest.
it is. AJ, my buddy, if you're still out there, 21, blackjack. Let's get it, baby.
Oh man, yeah, I got to do the side bets on air.
Right.
All right, Tillman here flopping middle pair. Josh, though, with the 10 for top pair and the best hand. Everybody's out of the way. Tillman here, he could peel one off, but he probably won't. Yeah, he's actually just going to show the 7 as he folds, just for good measure. And here we go. Hand number 83 coming at you.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going over.
Yeah, I
we're
think
still
so,
going
yeah.
over. Maybe they should have tanked longer.
I didn't see
Give
a lot of.
this man some cards back so he can tank it out.
I didn't see a lot of 1s or 2s. I don't really know what y'all were saying in the chat as far as
Oh, yeah.
what y'all thought.
I forgot to even pay attention. I was just too busy watching poker.
I didn't see a lot of them out there.
We had,
two, 1.
yeah, we had some 1s and some 2s, so people sort of split there. Maybe a few more deuces. A few more people thinking that we were going to go under. And that's where I would have been for sure. Now that I realize we still have about 14 minutes left and only 4 hands to go, I think we are going over. Downhill here, not the kind of guy to limp ace king, so he is going to squeeze this up to 100.
Oh no, Andrew just called 9-5. Get in a thinking situation.
That's right. Tillman's in there. Josh is in there. On's in there. No, this is like a 5-way.
It is a 9-5.
9-5-5. Amazing.
Lost the boat. So I don't think he's going to think a lot, but.
How do you find your way to this flop with 9-5 off? Checks all the way through to downhill. He's like, no chance I'm betting. Get the hell out of here, you bunch of jerks. Club on the turn brings in front door clubs, but nobody has one.
Yeah.
On improves to a pair of 3s, and that's about all that can be said for his hand. Checks all the way to downhill once again. And I guess he could just every once in a while take like a little stab at this for like $50, but yeah, checking is the more standard play. He does.
5-1-2 in the pot, area code.
After all of this, nobody has anything besides on for a pair of 3s.
$10.
I love this. $10 and 512. And now Andrew's going to come in for the raise, which will finally get this hand over with. But hey, maybe On will take this out for like 5 minutes. Let's see. Take a peek.
We're gonna look at him.
He's got to cut out the 300 and then turn the hand over, and then hem and
He's
haw,
gonna look
talk
at
at him for a little bit.
Look at him. I believe
Oh no, he pulled it too fast. Tony Hawk On gonna tank on the river, screw up the over. No, the over is coming. The over is coming. Hand number 84 will be on its way here momentarily as Jesse gets the deck ready to sling those cards out. Sam up 3K.
Sam.
John and Andrew up around 2 1/4, 2.5. Doug and Tillman up about 500. Rest of the players in the red. Nice roll there, JTM. All right, John here gonna limp for $5. The straddle's not on, but the limp is. All right, somehow John's hand is not even registering as a real thing, a fictional hand. Andrew will raise to 15 with Jack 3
Off.
And John will just call again with King Queen off. What is going on here?
Tillman spikes what 4? Cut shot to the deuce. But again, all spades, so queen of spades for John looking pretty good here. $15, never turn it down.
Got to see that river. Queen of hearts. John will improve to the best hand. Tillman is just firing away at this with his 4 too. Just like, get out of here. What do you have? You got like a bad spade? Oh no, you got that hand.
River.
All right, there it is. John on the end after limp calling with King Queen off. Pretty bizarre approach. Oh no, he was in the big blind. That's why his hand didn't pop up, because he was putting the 5 out there not as a call, but as the fact that he was just in the big blind.
Had no change.
All right. It makes a little bit more sense. However, not squeezing with King Queen off. I mean, come on.
So we got 10 by Mosquito. And who's sitting in the 4?
He's in a 4-1-6.
Jason.
Jason, 20.
That's
Looks
real quick,
like.
Don.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Live 20.
Oh, come on. Come on.
You tell me put 80, you don't put 40? You tell
On
me
says
put 80,
pink
you don't
cards.
put 40.
I didn't.
Yeah, 100.
You tell me.
20. Yeah, 20.
No, he's just gonna limp. Sort of a toss-up with On. Like when he actually gets to like the really good top end, like a jacks and queens and shit like that. Dude's limping those things.
Yeah. 5-3 offsuit, 300.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Ooh, Tillman here waking up with Jack, so he is going to squeeze this. A lot of times we see Tillman just call here, but I like to see the raise. Josh with 5s is going to cold call from the straddle. And Jason, 90% suited. He might take one off.
We're going to see what he does.
The issue here always is like, if I call, does this ever not get re-raised by the original raiser, Andrew, right? Or the original, yeah, no, he was the original raiser. So On, of course, has no concerns about that. He has ace-jack, and he's wanting to see a flop. But now it's up to Andrew. Tillman is not usually the guy that you pick on.
Yeah.
So this could be a pretty dangerous proposition to go for a 4th bet against him. But you also have ace-queen, which has a lot of removal properties and a lot of decent equity, so he is going to go for the 4th bet. I think this is, in general, going to be the best play. Makes this 600. You can flush out all of these other players that are just trying to see a flop, right? Just get them out of here. If Tillman actually has a hand, he's going to ship it here. And you can decide afterwards, do I want to play for the rest of his stack, or do I want to just let this go? But
Downhill says no. Doug says no.
And Tillman is just going to call, so
Call with jacks.
yeah, I mean, I get it, like ripping it all in here feels a little bit punty, perhaps.
Okay.
But I don't think Tillman is going to go anywhere as long as the board is 10 higher or lower, right? Like, I think he's going with it. Josh is going to make the call as well, so he's in there. And now it's back over to On, who has limped, called 1 bet, and called another bet. Now he's got to face the prospect of calling again, and he will. This is amazing. 4 players are going to see this flop, and there's over 2K in the middle. 2,500 in the middle.
I'm telling you, King 10 at 90%, baby. At 90%.
Oh, yeah, King 10 of clubs is toast.
Yeah, nothing with that. Somebody had an ace out there.
Yeah, pocket pairs missed. Andrew here, top pair with the superior kicker. On is in tough shape.
Deep doo-doo.
And Andrew, after getting all of these callers, he's like, man, is Clay in there with the 9-6? Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, of course he still has to bet. Tillman snap folds. I'm surprised he didn't fold as soon as the flop came out. All right, so bets 1K. Josh is out of there. The 5s. And back over to On, top pair.
Yeah, battle of the aces.
Yeah, On's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you go look around. Probably the no look. Oh, no look shove.
Wow.
Look shove. What do you want to do? Barbecue or mildew? That's it. It's just
Everybody's looking around, laughing, having a good time. Andrew's like, about how much is this, please? I just need to know.
barbecue or mildew.
So Andrew, definitely the kind of guy who will sort of hem and haw over this. And
He's
then
probably going to make it.
He's making his call. There's no way he's getting top pair with 2nd kicker and folding. On can have his 9-6 or whatever he's got. This is fine. But he's not folding.
Yeah.
This is a massive pot as well. On is all in for 3.8K.
And he has him covered.
You are you a man your word? You gonna fold?
How many times?
You think, yeah, I know.
There's the call. There's the call.
One time, max pay.
On here needs to hit a jack, but we can see that 2 of the jacks have been folded, so we got a jack of diamonds as the only card in the deck that can help On. Unless we somehow get a king on board and a board pair.
Oh, running twice. Looks like Andrew for the first one. Andrew for the second one.
Ooh,
Oh, shit. 3
4.
times?
They're running it 3 times. 4 times.
Ace queen.
That's disgusting.
All right, winner.
We gotta
Scoop.
figure this out.
All right, so they're gonna
Oh, chop.
They're gonna chop one board, so 1/8 of the fuck pot is gonna go to On. We're not getting to hand 87 because poor Jesse is gonna have to cut this into 8 stacks.
He's going to have to bring it in, cut it.
Oh my God, we're not even gonna get to 87 because of this hand. That is absolutely
Actually,
ridiculous.
do you even know
So
the
running
shortcut
it
for
4
this? Just pull the
times
pot.
is, to me, obnoxious. Running it 3
I
times
don't
is
know the
already
shortcut
obnoxious.
for 1-8.
But I'm a 1 or 3 guy.
A 1 or 3 guy?
I want there to be a winner. I don't really do a lot of 2s. But most of the time, because like if I do it here, because I work here,
Yeah.
it's whatever the customer wants to do.
Oh,
You know what I
well,
mean? It's
yeah,
like
no,
whatever
I
you
get
wanna
that.
do.
And I will sometimes do that if like the player, if I'm like, this dude is in, this is his bullet, you
Right,
know, and
yeah.
like if he's going to bust here, he's going to leave.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Whatever, yeah,
And you
yeah.
really want to run it twice? All right, we'll run it twice. I'll do that. But yeah, I'm a run it once guy, and if the pot is freaking gigantic and I'm like, I don't know if I want to lose that much, and I would be fine with just winning half of that back, right? Like, I'll run it twice, but mostly a once. Definitely not a 4.
Yeah, I've never ran it 4 times. So I don't even know what that looks like. But
No. Switch.
No, you told me.
Yeah, Lottie says, how many cards in the stub? How can you run it that many times? Well, that's the thing is,
And then what?
so the 18,
yeah, you got just enough, I guess. I mean, he's actually got a pretty
30.
decent
Oh yeah,
stub
they
left.
still got 20 left.
Just the total number of the pot.
Good Christ, though. I mean, poor Jesse here is like trying to figure this out. He's like, how do I deal with this? Somebody give me some change for all these pink chips.
1/8 of that.
Yeah, so run it 4 times. They chop 1.
Thank goodness.
They just now, like literally in.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Well, he still had to cut up the middle, though. Oh, well, I guess you could still punch that in into a calculator. All right, that was hand 85. So 86 is coming at you. Actually, 87? Is hand 87? Are you kidding me? Oh, no. No. It's
We got a
hand
spoiler.
88. Damn it. So close. All right, well, everybody that dropped a 1 in the chat. No. Wait, now I don't even remember what it was.
Me either. So just whoever was wrong.
Whoever took the over of 87 gets it by 1 hand. And oh man, he's on 60%. Sam, you need to play a hand.
Don't play, Sam.
You need
Don't
to play a hand, Sam.
My guy, Sam, fold. Please, buddy, fold. You're only in the big blind. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry, small blind, right?
No, dude, yeah, he's in the small fight. You got to defend those babies. You can. Yes, let's go. Let's go. You cannot orphan
Come
those
on,
babies
Sam.
out there.
Well, shit. If you're going to play, you better win it.
He's got a good hand, King Jack suited. He's dominated by Doug, who is the original Razor.
Then he dominates the clubs as far as from Andrew, so Andrew doesn't want to see clubs.
This is quite true. So 4 players are going to see this flop.
You told me.
All right, the
if I
deuce
bet
was
you
the
fold,
under, so everybody that dropped the deuce was wrong.
On the other hand,
We're all
All right, queen high flop with an 8, so Andrew will improve to the best hand with a pair. 2 straight draws here for Tillman, so a double gutty.
Oh, deuce of clubs out there.
And I don't think
Just for
Sam's
fun.
going to see a turn, so
Shouldn't count.
Andrew, though, still stacking chips from his win just a moment ago, is going to make the call. Doug calls as well with some backdoor equity. And it's a 3 of spades on the turn, biggest brick in the deck. Tillman here, facing check, check in front, will check behind. And it's a deuce of hearts on the end. Pair of 8s is best here. And is going to get shown down. Andrew happy to turn that one over.
Can't wait to turn it
Second
over.
pair.
Ship it.
Right, so there we go. Andrew will take this one down. Sam played a hand, so once this actually goes through, let's see if it updates. 17%. However, if he doesn't play the last one, it can always drop back down.
Side street.
Oh my God, this is the last hand of holdem. So this is the last hand that will influence
Fold.
those numbers. Let's see if Sam he pulled his button. It is his button.
Yeah.
What did I do? I said you.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been a hell of a fun night. I've enjoyed this very much.
Lottie. Yes, sir. It is a sweat. Yes, sir.
16. Yeah, 16.
And
Glad I didn't bet 100 anytime push-ups because that's, oh my goodness.
2 out of 5.
it was just $100.
Every single time I won,
I'm
when the money
All right, on here, going to straddle. Okay,
There was
so
a
the ace
hand.
queen
The
will be
hand where I
waiting
had the streak.
for
You
the
told me about
action
that. You fold and you called.
to get to him.
Tillman with the eights says yes to bet.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, everyone knows this is the last
Sam,
hold'em hand.
You called me
6'3"
when the
also
pair
he
of
folded
nines.
already.
Turn it
I
off.
bet.
Oh, well, it's out of there. Okay, that could
What-
take
what-
right back down to 16%. We won't know till the end.
But you disagree with that?
Jason says, parking lot, I'll call.
But that's okay. You win. Square.
Explain it to me.
Guys, can we please? Yeah, let's just play. Good luck.
Okay, so Kristen's letting us know that there was some sort of strange occurrence where On got allocated to a third blind rather than a call or something, so not exactly clear.
It puts the players back in that have folded, so I have to
Oh, okay.
do the action twice.
All right, so Kristen had to go through the action twice to get everything correct. So just bear with us. It's just going to be a moment as she goes through and updates everything. Has to manually fold some players, manually call some players. But we are going massively multi-way in a, I mean, there's like $700 in here. $1,000 in here, my goodness.
That's wrong. I just realized that. That might be wrong. There's only, no, that's right. There's 5 players.
Okay, so there's $1,000 in the middle. King high, the 9-6 once again crushing.
Man, 9-6 crushing, baby. Ace queen again, once again.
Yeah, two
out the
players
parking
with
lot,
it,
yeah.
and they're running not so
All
good
the
here.
queens are gone, so there's no queen coming at all.
Yeah, downhill here is way out in front. Top pair of kings. On comes out with a bet of 520, so half pot from him. Downhill has to lower the glasses. They're like, wait, what the hell's out there?
Uh-oh.
Oh, and he's all in. Yeah, with his remaining stack, there's not a lot of options here. Jason with the ace queen is going to do a
Gotta
slow
bow
bank
out.
and fold. And on here, yeah, you got ace queen. You got no backdoors other than Broadway. Your hand blows chunks.
He can't do it, can he?
I don't think so. He shouldn't. Yeah, on contemplating his life here. Now he's going to do a little inventory. He's going to continue to posture a little, and then he's going to let this one go.
Probably gonna look at him one more time. Dealer, can you do it for me? We have no gestures.
Yeah, there it is. On turns it over, shows it down face up, and downhill will get that shoved through, take down the pot, and move up to 3.5K. Let's take a look at some net earnings here, and then we'll get over to the VPIPs to see where our friend Sam finishes up. So on here, stuck the most after that pot down 7K. Andrew up 7K. He joined us late.
Wow.
The man comes in and just cleans up.
Like 23 hands, maybe? 24 hands?
Yeah, we'll see that in just a moment here. Sam up 3K, John 2.6. Everybody else sort of into between. Those VPIPs.
Magic number 18.
How did he not be folded?
Listen, this is not right.
Something
Oh my
broke
God.
there. He gained VPIP even though he folded the hand. I don't know what happened. We all know that that's not right. It's 17%.
Protest.
Protest indeed. In any case, we played a lot of hands here tonight, and this has been hella fun. And here we go for our final hand of the evening, hand number 88, just ever so close to 87.
Did he say you're being all
We are doing a $25 ELO bomb pot. No, not 25. Really? There's $25 out there?
I say a
hell is
person
that?
a person sitting in the even number seat is gonna win.
I see like no chips in the middle.
There, see?
Okay, they're just stacked very neatly. So the top-down view.
Good job, Jesse.
Stacked.
Good job, Jesse.
All right. I couldn't believe it. I would have never believed it unless we saw the side-on view. All right, 7, 6, 5, and Jack 7 deuce.
2 pair for Jason, 2 pair for downhill.
On has the 8 high straight on the top board and a pair of deuces on bottom. But Doug is betting here. He has the nut straight on top and a spade blocker on bottom. Does also have a gut shot to the 10. That's probably the more important piece of his bottom holding. John is in here. What does John have? John has the same straight, the 9-8 with the redraw on the 10. And he's got a full wrap on the inside. Wow, I'm surprised John isn't re-raising this. He's got this 4 to a straight flush. Okay, so he feels like his hand is so strong, he's fine welcoming some other players in here perhaps, but I definitely don't like that. Dude, Sam has 9-8 of spades. This is a bonkers-ass hand. Everybody has 9-8. Look at this. 9-8, 9-8, 9-8. 3 players with 9-8. That's absolutely bananas. Josh with 3 kings is in there for whatever reason.
And the other king is held by Doug, so it's just a movie. 3 kings.
He's like, if I play all 3 of these at the same time in the board pairs.
Winner. Survey says.
Jason makes the call with 2 pair, top 2 pair on bottom. 1 pair and some flush draw, backdoor flush draw things going on top. I don't know. That's a little
Jesse gets it
speculative. He
straight.
does have a pair on top. All right, 4 of hearts. That is a flush for John.
So now the 9-8 is to a 10 on the bottom. It's drawn to a 10 on the bottom. For a whole lot of chopping here.
Yeah, so what is the best hand on there? Jason right now with the top 2 pairs still, right? Yeah, yeah, because
Jack
John,
7.
John still has the Omega wrap on the inside, but the 9 high flush not inspiring enough for him to wager. I'm gonna check all the way over to Sam. I don't think Sam's doing any betting. He now has an Omega wrap on bottom, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the spades. He's like, put a 10 of spades out on bottom, please.
10, 10, 10.
3 of diamonds. So Jack 7.
Jack
Is that
7,
really gonna
yeah.
hold? Jack 7.
3 pair. Jack 7, 3. Yeah.
And then 9-8 of hearts.
For
All the
everybody.
rest of these 9-8s are dead, and Josh, who really had no business seeing a turn whatsoever, is going to lose with his 3 kings in hand.
Wow. The other 2 9-8s going to be so disappointed.
Set up live
Yeah, they're
stream.
going to be like, wait, what?
Nothing. I'm good.
But John, of course, is not betting it because it's just a bad flush, and he doesn't have enough. I mean, he has absolutely nothing on bottom. It checks all the way over to Josh, and Josh is going to show his 3 kings triumphantly. I got trips. And everyone is then going to slowly turn their hands over. Doug showing his 8-9 and being like, oh, well, that sucks. And there we go. 8-9 of hearts going to take the top. Jack 7 of diamonds.
Jack
Top
7.
2 pair going to take the bottom.
Top 2.
John and Jason will split the pot, take the last one down, and that's going to do it for us here on TCH Live Thursday's special edition of 2-5 with Jon Pardy and the rest of this fine bunch of poker players. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. For
Absolutely.
myself, for Kristen, for Clay, thank you so much for hanging out,
No
man.
problem,
This
man.
was awesome.
I enjoyed everything. I enjoyed it all.
All right. For the rest of us here at TCH, we're signing off. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you all next time for 1 of 3 on Monday for Dante's birthday special. Hope to see you then. Take care and good night.
Good night.
What are you talking about?